Welcome to YellBro. I am Jordan, and today it is finally here. The Piers Morgan Nick Fuentes interview, and you see in the title right there. What a crock of shit! I wonder what that means. I think it means drama. But first, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Check them out, read them, share them, and then donate. Hopefully, but please do it. All links, description box. Also, please check out the Discord link in that same description box. If you want to join the Discord, we're in that Discord right now, and all opinions are welcome. Just nothing pornographic or grotesque, and obviously, everything I show you in this video will be linked in that same description box, including this stuff. I'm not going to play this video, but I'm starting to notice a little turn or a trend going against Nick Fuentes as of late, by some of the more popular content creators. And I just want to point it out. It says Nick Fuentes might actually be a Fed from this Valhalla VFT guy, who I've seen on Infowars, and he does a lot of in favor of Candace type stuff, somewhat here or there. Seemingly, I could be wrong about that. I don't watch too much of his shit. And then you have this guy, right, Ian Carroll guy, who a lot of people feels like he came out of nowhere, but I guess he got challenged by Nick Fuentes by by the Chucky doll, the walking, talking Chucky doll, Nick Fuentes. And let's give it a look. Here we go.
And I saw Ian Carroll came out today on a live stream pleading with
Ian,
me to join in on the conspiracy. If you think that, I feel sorry for you. Because you are retarded.
Actually, Nick, I wasn't pleading with you to join in on anything. I was asking or encouraging you to clarify your position on this whole thing. And oh boy, did you clarify it. And I suppose the only way that I can put it is that you clarified that you stand firmly with the Fed slop narrative that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And Tyler Robinson alone apparently murdered Charlie Kirk. And honestly, I wasn't trying to call you a Fed. I wasn't trying to shit on you. I was trying to actually be quite gracious and quite kind. I praised you multiple times throughout that segment. But in the spirit of your response, in the spirit of calling people retarded who have been going through the evidence for months, where I have seen you produce zero, I thought that I would put it all very plain and very clear for you, Nick, where if you want to see the evidence, I'm about to show you a whole bunch of evidence. And I'm also going to go through your response and just break down how weird and fucking honestly Fed-coded it is. Your response read a lot like a Snopes article, and it was very uncomfortable to watch because I was not expecting it to be quite that. So, real quick, because this is the internet, we'll start with a quick cut of the whole thing, the evidence. And then we'll get into your response and breaking that down. And then we'll get into all the evidence step by step in one long go. This is going to be fun.
Conspiracy theories are answered. Okay. To be honest with you, I didn't even get that far into this. I got around here, Mark. As soon as it's all intro and shit. I don't want to. Okay, yeah. Either way, you're noticing a little bit of a turn on Fuentes when he was getting a little bit of praise for a little bit, for a period of time, right? And now there's kind of a narrative turn on the guy. And honestly, I'm not a person that cares so much about these interpersonal dramas. I care more so about character. I really do. And even though I don't look at Ian Carroll in the highest light, I don't know the Valhalla guy too well. I've heard people have some big problems with that dude. But I'll say fair enough. I don't know enough about his military background, honestly. But yeah, it is interesting. And the responses also have to be interesting, right? Especially something like this, where this is going to be a marathon video. Let's be honest. It's going to be a very long video. So Silver, if you're making dinner, perfect. make sure you're cooking a fucking turkey because this is gonna be a long ass fucking video. Yeah. If I'm just gonna watch most like just start relatively early with the timestamps, and if it gets to a point where I'm like, oh, okay, all right, got it, I will move on. I will try to piece through these timestamps for the sake of getting to more notes of character when it comes to Nick or even Piers Morgan himself. So, and I made a prediction before I hit play here. I know people would probably tell me to shut up at this point, but like, I have made a prediction. I was like, going on Tucker, going on this channel or that channel, right, Nick? Okay. But I personally do expect Piers Morgan to actually ask you hard questions, to actually do that. That was my guess. And I'm here for it. So without further ado, let's find out. Here's Piers Morgan with Nick Sippy Cup Nick Fuentes. What a crock of shit. Here we go.
Crock of shit.
I'm sure Piers said that.
Straight out of Chicago.
I'm sure Piers said that.
A very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said
Probably.
about you.
Nick Fuentes knows
Here's this
exactly
robot.
what he's doing.
As a bot.
He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to
Definitely
pivot
a
towards
bot.
the extreme and unpopular policies
hear the
that
servos
he
whirring
advocates
away.
daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million.
Yeah, but you gotta talk about him.
By
right?
Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say...
I'm sorry. You have to do better than that. Well, for me personally, like my idea would be to look at them individually, right? But I have heard Coleman Hughes in long form formats, where he debated Dave Smith. And I'm like, oh, he's doing all the tricks and tactics that I would expect from that guy. Essentially what Nick's saying, essentially, in a way.
Congratulations, Nick. You have entered preschool.
It's just like
after 4 tries.
Yeah, you just have to go over that about Coleman Hughes and not his boss or his organization. Like you have to, for me personally, right? Because Christ is king and shit. I have to treat people individually. For me personally, right? That's what I do. But all right, here we go. Here's the second point for Nick.
He is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time, I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is.
Pause.
And so I had a small...
Yeah, that's a mega fucking pause, bro.
Name alone.
He was on D Live, bro. OnlyFans? All right, here we go. Sorry.
And I use rhetoric and
Just
I'm
know
hyperbolic.
some way.
Because for a long time, I had an audience that was small
I was on D
these
Live.
like dissident
Right.
platforms. I was on D Live for many
That's
years.
it,
A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we
I
had
remember
sort of
that.
like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview
mega pause.
like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you
Oh my
actually
God.
believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical.
it's okay
I'll
if you're
tell you
gay.
precisely what I believe.
You don't care.
As far as this
It's
idea
fine.
that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations?
I do think actually he's about to ask him. Okay, I think he's about to ask him. But yeah, I do think Nick wants he wants political power. I believe that.
I believe it too.
He has made statements of
Clearly
like,
has
don't
higher ambitions of some sort.
don't you dare disavow me, right? As like a promise with some of these politicians. And I'm not saying he wants on. Good.
I was gonna say he wants power, and unfortunately for us, he's already a good bit of the way there.
Yeah. Well, like when I hear that or say that, like I don't mean like he wants to be in office himself. I think it's more so like he wants to at least
he wants to be the one pulling the strings.
Yeah, or like be like a cultural tastemaker. Pause. Like there's just like culturally moving things. Like this is the way things should go.
He wants to be a kingmaker.
You know what? Yeah, I believe that. I do. Believe
Yeah, that's
that.
what I meant too.
And
he's already most of the way there.
Nah.
Well, not most, but he's already made progress.
He's made some progress, probably in his mind, but I don't think he realized he's not gonna make it too far. Some of his ideas are so bad that like regular people are not gonna like it. So thus, you can't actually have a platform of view. You just get like regular ass Republican policies, which is the thing that people are complaining about right now, right? Like he's nothing special outside of some of the more like not subversive, but like taboo ideas he has. People like regular people are not going to like those. They're not going to like it. Like it is what it is.
I would hope regular people don't like this shit, but I've learned not to take anything for granted here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, at best, he's gonna win more fans on the internet. Possibly, like he'll make more money, right? Have more successful career being a commentator. But actual political power, bro, these guys are gonna walk away from you because people don't like this shit, Nick. It is what it is.
I really hope they do, but
some people would be like, I don't like your sense of humor. That's too bad. That's too much for me. I just saying. Regular people don't like this shit. They don't. Corners of the internet, sure, some of them do. But that is not the real world, bro. That's not at all. Regular people do not like that shit. But, all right.
I really hope you're right about that, Jordan.
I believe I'm absolutely correct about it. In fact, Nick has said it as much. He knows. He knows.
I hope you're right about that because the alternative is a little scary for me.
Well, at best, you'll have like almost like Antifa, where you have like 20 kids getting off a bus and holding signs somewhere, right? Versus like an actual political movement. I don't see that from Nick Fuentes. They'll be like, yeah, you can question Israel. You can't cancel him for questioning Israel. But his takes on women, though, are kind of like, that's kind of crazy. And even his anti-Israel takes or I don't know if anti-Israel, but like questioning Israel, even some of those go too far for people. So, yeah, and he knows it. I think he knows it, too. I think he said as much. But let's continue. Here we go with this marathon fucking video. Here we go.
That just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
My bad. See, he asked the question, but he might have to actually change as well. Might have to but that'd be different, right? If he changed his political messaging around, that'd be different. If he gained more popularity from doing that, right? It's not the same as I'm saying the ideas I said from day one, and everyone starts loving what he's saying, right? If he changed his rhetoric around and did a whole PR thing for himself, that'd be way different, right? But all right, let's play. Piers asked the question. Here we go.
Insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in
the
suburbs of Chicago.
I have a quarter Mexican child
Tell me
I don't
about
even know about.
Your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and
back when you can do that,
really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family.
Can't do that.
And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years.
Oh my
Chicago, we
God.
love our hot dogs.
All right, you brought up hot dogs right after. I need videotape, Dick. Let me analyze. I need to see how you played a lot of baseball. I want to see it. All right,
I
here we
do
go.
too.
All right. He played baseball. He ate hot dogs. He ate shaboings. Here we go.
And I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were they grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference.
Mexico,
my ancestors,
Catholic, right?
for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, one from Mexico.
Pretty much the entirety of Latin
Europe.
America.
They came from a society
is
where
majority
there's
Catholic,
a common
I think.
ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative
Largely
difference.
conservative too.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. What the fuck? The thing he claims, like, man, my neighborhoods don't work the way they used to, or I'm scared about the neighborhood I grew up in going away. Is that because of Indians? It's like, what? What's the big thing that happened there, Nick? But yeah, go ahead.
It's almost like these days, mommy and daddy both have to go to work because no job pays enough money for one parent to support a household.
Yeah,
Yeah, that has changed.
And if you went back to the 30s, Chicago be complaining about all the mafias running the town.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I don't
It
know
would be the
when.
same fucking problem with Chicago. I mean, it's been the same problem since the 1880s at least. I mean, not same problem, but different problems relevant to the same kind of problems today.
Shot the gangs of New York.
Right.
But he's from a new area with I don't know what his parent. I'm not trying to pry. I'd just be like curious. Like, what did his parents do to where they had money to live in a more suburban, but close to Chicago, I guess, the city of Chicago, but live suburban life with only one parent working. All right. I'd be like,
Did
what
he
the
say that?
fuck?
Yeah. He
Yeah.
didn't live directly in
Okay.
Chicago. I Googled it just a little while ago because responded to Peaches. And his town is 61% Hispanic. It's not. It's
Oh, now it
a
is.
different town. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's his neighborhood, but it's not Chicago. It's or
No.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I knew it
Probably
wasn't. I knew it
close
wasn't
by.
Chicago. It was like
Yeah.
like a suburb on the
What was
outskirts.
it? What was it? I don't know. How old is Nick Fuentes when
He
he
was
was a
born in
kid?
97.
26 or 27,
Oh.
right?
He's younger than me.
Yeah. Can you look
Sure.
up what it was back then when he was a kid? I don't know.
I
Pick an
looked it up
age.
in city data. Just punched in the city,
Like,
the
I don't know. When I
town
was a
name,
kid,
but I don't know.
both my parents had to work when I was a kid. So I'm like, that's why I'm curious.
Okay.
Like, in this newer era, like, what was his parents, or was the property values that low? Were they like,
It's well, yeah. I don't know if he's living in the same place the whole time too.
yeah? Because like both when I was a kid, both my parents were working, straight up.
Same for me.
So
For the most part, both my parents worked, except
Yeah.
for occasional gaps.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, mostly, I'm not trying to pry into his life at all. I was just actually just
Yeah.
mentally curious. Like, hey, if it was like what Nick would call a nice neighborhood, right? It was like a town more so than like a, you know what I mean? More so than
See,
like,
I did have
giant cul-de-sac, fucking big middle America houses, right? Middle to upper middle class houses, just normal ass houses, right?
Yeah, no McMansions.
Which is like kind of where I grew up, I would think. Well, not not upper middle class, but like blue collar ish, suburban ish, right? Until I got older. So yeah,
I did have a neighbor. He, his mom didn't work. His dad worked, and they had 5 kids. And then dad died when my friend was about 12 years old.
oh shit.
So then, like, it was all on her, and she didn't have work experience. And this is about the time when I was moving away, so I don't even know how that went.
Did he have life? I don't even know if you would know that. If he had like life insurance that left him decent money behind, or
Don't know. I don't even know what his job was at the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was a kid. Who cared what their dad did?
Exactly.
What my business.
Exactly. Exactly. Did you or did you not get the new PlayStation, bro? Did you get it?
Right.
Only questions you're asking.
Hmm.
All right. Let's play here.
5 children though. That.
Yeah. That's a lot of kids, especially
Fucking
in this
left
new
paying
era.
that many
That's
kids.
a lot of kids. All right. It just felt like things were more affordable back in the day, but I remember my parents still had to work 2 jobs.
Everything was affordable back in the day.
Yeah, but
$20 was like
comparatively. Yeah.
$20 was big money, dog.
But you know, our parents were bitching about prices too.
No, they weren't.
Mine were. Everything's fucking expensive.
Yeah.
You're fucking white. Of course they
Good.
were.
Bro, I'm saying
Fucking
like
people. Yo,
every generation.
white people are always fucking bitching about shit. I worked with fucking white people. They were fucking complaining about fucking immigrants and saying, yo, we're fucking coming here and taking all the jobs. I'm like, yo, they brought us here because you motherfuckers don't want to fucking work. And then they always say, oh, it must be nice to have this. And that is like, yeah, we worked our fucking ass off for it. Like, we came from the third fucking world, nigga. You want to work 40 hours a week and never do anything to get over a fucking hump, and then you look at the next guy and then complain about it. I'm not saying all white people are like that. Some of them work their fucking asses off too.
Well, if you go back to the Civil War time, white people that were in the South that were not slaveholders were complaining about slavery because they couldn't get contracts because the slave price was cheaper than hiring somebody that didn't have free labor to do the project.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
right now that's like the same shit with fucking outsourcing shit to other countries that they pay them
Right.
$5 an hour.
Right.
But remember, the people who are doing it as your own white people. They own fucking all the companies.
Yeah, but they're not them.
They're
And-
not us.
and-
As in the average white person, it's a separation there.
A
Even though some white
large
people don't look
separation.
at it like that.
No, it's a very large separation. Which is why
Isn't
everybody's
wage
treated like shit.
slavery a form of slavery?
Yeah, it is.
I would say so.
And I will get, and Jordan, I will
Actually-
guarantee you
actually-
that Jordan.
Speaking of which,
Fuck.
in the same South back when the owners of slaves back then, they were opposing capitalism because they said you will rent people. That's worse than owning people. We actually take care of our slaves. So
I'm going
many
equally
people
bad.
actually would defend slavery because they thought renting people would be less human. I'm not saying it's a good argument. Well, I guess at that time it might have been.
Yeah, but that's how these
Fortunately,
companies
that was
fucking.
the best they could come up with.
That's how these companies fucking work. They want the cheapest fucking labor and the biggest fucking profit margin they could fucking get.
They rent people. They don't
Yeah,
give a
but
damn about people.
But all workers are fucking rented. They rent you for fucking 8 hours, nigga.
I'm not trying to go full conspiracy, but at the same time, I think there's a minor, tiny amount of the population that actually think with that mentality, like pathologically
what?
think that way. Of like, hey, to cut costs, we can just do
You're
this or do
absolutely
that.
right.
That's
Nobody's
not a
going to
majority
tell
of
you
people
otherwise.
at all. Most people
Yeah,
are not
but-
like that
but
at
it's-
all.
But that's what it is. 5 companies own all the companies in the fucking world. They can literally
That's what I'm
trace
saying.
it back and show you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they see someone on the street or someone that gets evicted or where, like, they look at them like I think what we've somewhat been conditioned towards is that they like those guys fucked up. They did something bad or something like that, right? Versus like, isn't it like, once again, if you're the idea of property and all this shit, I want to own all these fucking things. I want to own these businesses, own these properties, and I worked hard to do it, and yada yada yada. I understand that, but don't pretend like you're not suffering from something pathological while you're doing all that. Like, let's just not pretend that's the case.
They
You can
already
say it's fine
do.
and
Most
fair.
people-
Someone can say it's fair, but you can't call it healthy mentally.
Yeah, dude.
You can't call it
Most
healthy.
people in positions of power are like sociopaths.
I'm not even going there.
Or, like-
I'm saying maybe they should check themselves a little bit. At least look at themselves.
Okay, yeah, sociopaths are going to check themselves.
Well, that's
Yeah, okay,
them.
that's it, my nigga. Well, listen to yourself fucking talk. Like
Yeah,
a
I
criminal.
I
Let
know.
me check this book over here and why
Jeff,
this
I've
is.
probably thought like
Yeah.
10 years more or so about this than you have. So, you know, yeah, there is a possibility to do such things. In fact, there's an actual reaction that apparently a phenomenon that exists where there's people that are quote unquote psychopathic that get called psychopathic and actually get butthurt about it. What does that tell you? What is that phenomenon? If they don't care,
We are ruled by pathocrats.
Yeah, dude. I
I'm
had
just-
a
I'm
boss
just
that was
saying.
like
I'm
a
just
sociopath. The guy believed all of his lies and all the bullshit he says, and like would argue with you like you're fucking wrong when he fucks up.
well, it's like,
And then
why not
one
hold
day
the
this
mirror up?
African nigga tried to kill him and his wife, and nobody was on their side.
Well, they're still human though. Like, why not hold a mirror up? And honest to God, the regular population should walk away, but someone should hold the fucking mirror up too. But hey, man, this is what you look like. This is what it looks like to me. But guess what? The other guy who's not this
They'll
sociopathic
react.
guy, hold on. This guy who's not that sociopathic person is like, damn, I might get fired if I say this. So thus, nothing happens. And what does that make them in those moments? It's almost like those guys are infecting them. Meanwhile, these other guys are like, quote unquote, the majority. Right? So it's like,
Narcissists will definitely just react with the eternal projection if you try to hold a mirror up to them, no matter what you do.
Possibly. But if no one's going to even try, then it's like, all right.
Oh, I have. It's funny. It can be real funny if you corner them.
Yeah, and then I still have to look at the population after that, right? How come you're not walking away from this?
Well, if you're going to actually make them so mad they want to kill you.
Possibly.
There.
For the sole reason you're exposed
Percentage
to.
of the people that will fucking actually killed in cold blood is very, 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 very small. Like, even I can't just get up and say, I'm gonna go kill somebody. Like, I have to have beef with you or be in some sort of some serious fucking situation. I can't get up. I don't know anybody that, personally, I don't know anybody who gets up and be like, yeah, today I'm gonna go out here and fucking try to kill people. Or I'm gonna go over here and fucking hurt people. You gotta be a special type of fucking person to do that.
Well, humans seem to be quite adaptable. Thus, different scenarios, different
dude.
environments, especially if they're not
I knew people
self-known.
that fucking killed people when I grew up. I knew people that murdered people.
Yeah, if you take them out of that and put them in lollipop land, things might change around because they didn't earn themselves in the first place. They're kind of bots walking around, right? Like life dictated
They're
their
fucking
shit
bots.
to them versus
I don't
them
get into arguments
being
with people like that because when they kill once, it's nothing in their back of the mind to pull that trigger again.
Ah, but they have
So
a
that's something
social construct, right? They have a social construct in
trying to
their
figure out
mind.
what they have, and I don't try to argue with them because it's not an argument you're gonna win, especially if they think you're trying to disrespect them in the worst way. You're not winning.
Yeah,
well,
but that's because if you change their world around, all of a sudden those things change. By the way,
Yeah.
even the
I want
pathological
to
changes.
I want to go try to change the world around the people that murdered people.
I'm telling you right now, but like you're not taking it like what I'm saying seriously here. If you change around their environment, like even pathologically, they'd start shifting around because maybe they have to hide their crimes better. Because hey, I live in a world where there's no murder. Thus, they have to adjust their murdering, wouldn't they? They have to adjust it around, wouldn't they? Because they don't want to get caught, right?
I was about to react to that.
They didn't care if they got caught or not, and people knew that they killed people. I know 2 guys right now that killed fucking Matthew Anthony. Hey, cops ain't have fucking done shit.
In the world we live in.
There are people who are, through one way or another, genetic or environment, have caused brain damage. So they cannot be unwired, I'm afraid.
I absolutely disagree. But
yeah, okay? Well, I think there's pretty good evidence to say that that is
in this world,
not
yes,
possible.
I'm sure in this world you have evidence based on this world.
I'm sure you can preemptively try to prevent that through social environments and many other things.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Could possibly be done, but it's no coincidence there's a high overlap between, I call them pathocrats, and pedophiles. And pedophiles, there's a large overlap, and they don't change.
But that doesn't rule out the whole concept of changing the world or even changing
not at
the
all.
environment. right? Like,
Not at all. But I'm afraid that people. I mean, most of them are lost cause. Sadly.
so like for instance, someone goes to prison.
I absolutely disagree.
That is a different world. Now, usually it's worse. It's not in the right direction, right? Like, but it does change all aspects of the environment.
Prison is what? What the fuck you know about prison, nigga?
I'm saying that it changes. Did I say something incorrect?
No,
What do you know actually about prison and going to prison?
No, did I say something incorrect
I don't think so.
about that?
Go with your point.
Okay.
Either one of you.
Yeah,
Definitely or-
just
good.
just that the environment, it like your the world you live in does make a difference, and like if you're able to reset it, then and you're dropped in a different environment, that especially one controlled, but or the opposite, that it does change how you relate to the world.
I'm all in favor of if psychologists can find out a way to help out these people I call lost cause. I'm all for it. But until they're unwired, I want them locked away from travel, internet, certainly, most certainly children. That's maybe just my stance.
That's fair enough, but I don't see, good luck to find someone trying.
I'm not in favor of death penalty under any circumstances, but I am in favor of locking these people away from society.
If your assessment is that they can't change, then you are in favor of death penalty. That means the only actual solution would be death penalty, meaning they can't change, right?
No. I would lock them up for life.
That is a death penalty.
Whether they were lost cause or not.
In a way, that is a death penalty. But
no, but just because you lock them up, that doesn't mean it has to be the way they treated Julian Assange. Even,
but you deem that they can't change by that assessment.
Yeah, well, they can have a place where they can live, have a garden,
Well, there's things,
have a library.
Things you can't undo. There's things that they've done that you can't undo. You admit that, right? Like if they murder someone, they can't undo that they murdered someone.
Agree?
Who are you asking?
That can be changed, but I'm just talking about what we should do with the pathocrats.
No, you can't.
The Hillary Clintons of the world.
Oh, that is, you gotta do more of this. It's like that would require a lot of an assessment, especially for what you're asking for.
How can you undo a death caused by what's called a murder, which would require someone to be tried and found guilty of?
Well, the courtroom's not psychology. You know that, right? I'm sure psychology plays a role
Sort of
in all of it, but it's not even close to the actual study of the mind, right? It's nowhere near it. You agree with that, right?
Well, I mean,
it's a just in case. It's an insurance policy.
It's part of psychology.
It's an insurance policy for social order, and
sure
that people don't do.
I agree. That's part of it too.
It's not so much about psychology, right? Not really.
There's psychology going on with it.
I said it's part of it, but that goes with anything. If you fucking go to a baseball game, there's psychology involved, right? Of why you want to go there and all that shit, right? Your mind's at work. Regards to that.
What do you mean about like undo a murder?
Well, if you're found guilty of murder, you go to prison. Obviously.
Yeah, well,
we already established that this world's not so healthy, right? We already established that, right? Or do you disagree with that?
Oh, that's definitely the case.
So then, maybe we think about what we do about all these things. Really, actually think about it instead of accepting the way things are now.
Ways to reset things, right? Like, for some lighter things, like some people actually change countries, right? Like, and you don't physically have to change countries, but like that whole idea of like, some people, like when they came to the Americas, when it was new, like it was literally called the New World, right? Like,
yeah, they were fleeing persecutions.
Some people were fleeing
the laws
persecution.
of another land. Yeah.
Some people, like whatever their reason, it's a reset, right? Like it's like people don't even know what your life was before, and you can
Sure.
essentially redefine yourself, right? Like, and some people change towns to do that. Like, there's all kinds of ways where people hit the reset on what's around them. Besides changing their friends, like a lot of things can do that.
And that's
Revolutions do
That's right.
that.
I want to look
Yeah,
at
revolutions do that. Discovering new land and we're in charge instead of you. That can do that.
that. Yeah. Once again, someone could be like extreme levels of pathology, but they see like, hey, I'll get caught if I do this, so I won't do it. Right? It's like sure, they're behaving like a quote unquote citizen outside on the surface, but internally they're like, man, I wish I could do this, but I can't right now.
No, when we're talking about any crime, especially murder, there's always a motive. So what's the motive?
Well, I would want to.
Like, why did it happen?
Exactly. I'd attempt to like really look at the inner workings rather than, the lawful version of motive, right? Which is whatever.
Well, that's what I
his
mean
wife
by
cheated
motive.
on him, right?
What motivated this person to do this?
Exactly.
How did we get here?
Exactly.
Right.
But it needs deeper levels than what we typically call motives, right? Instead of being like, oh well, his wife cheated on him, so he went and murdered like Andy Dufresne. Andy Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne.
Instead of like, oh, his wife, or sorry, his wife was cheating, so he murdered her and her lover, or O.J. Simpson, if you will, right? Like, yeah, sure, like in a lawful way, I guess, which is important too. Like, okay, that's like a motive, but is it really the motive? Like, what drove that? You can say something simple like insecurity, or jealousy, or envy, or whatever the fuck. Or if I can't have her, you can't have her either. I'll take her and you from the world.
Nobody can.
But then that goes even deeper itself, which has been, I
Well-
believe, studied and looked at by at least some people on planet Earth, right? Like, people have tried to do that.
Motive can change whether it's even called murder. It has everything that fits murder, but if the motive is a few certain things, then it's no longer murder. It's self-defense, or it's defending a nation, and then
Or
it's not murder.
Second degree versus first degree versus like, right? Or it's right. It could turn
Right.
to something else essentially.
By everything else, it is still murder, but with those justifications, it cannot be.
Nah, I agree. Like with the way the
Well,
law seems to
Call
work.
it murder in the first place implies a certain amount of intent.
Yes, but one can be
Right.
passion and one can be Ted Bundy. Like I just like doing this.
Well, yeah, that's the difference between
Right? I was angry that day, so I killed someone. Versus, on Tuesdays I kill people. Right? It's just like non-caring. All right, we hit a large side note right there, but worthy. I think that was a worthy fucking discussion to have. Although I think there's more to it. I have a lot more arguments. I can hear them floating in my mind as I'm saying this right now. But I guess we're here for Sippy Cup Nick and Piers Morgan. Here we go.
There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants, and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave, and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't
mentioned
even call it the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that.
You know what I
list.
think happened, Jordan?
Your father is
Yep.
I think a bunch of immigrants rolled up on Nick and took his bike.
Well, Piers is going to ask the question, like, well, your father is half Mexican, isn't he?
Why did he go back to 35 years
What say
when
you?
just past 35 years there was amnesty? Like, why did he draw the line right before the amnesty?
Well,
Anyone
and
like taint
and then
Reagan? Maybe?
then the word invasion. That's another weird one. It's so much of a tagline word and not really of something of substance to me. Invasion, like no, that's not how. Stop it. Unless you just never meet anyone who's from outside the U.S. or ever in your life or something. You never ever meet anyone like that. Like the word invasion does not fit there, other than to make the blood boil.
Yeah, it does. 30 million.
Invasion.
That's invasion, buddy.
Invasion implies like we're purposely trying to run your country over. It implies that.
Yeah.
Come on. That's not what you're saying.
You think that's why people
Yeah, it
come
is.
here?
I stormed into America to go work a construction job. Invasion, huh? Yeah.
It's looting. It's looting of our
we're getting
resources.
stupid
That's an
again.
invasion.
Got it. We're getting stupid.
They're also contributing.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fighting age males, enough to where they could do an overthrow if they.
Oh, they're secretly
They
planning.
want to become
Okay.
Americans.
Got
Then
it.
why didn't they go to the port of entry and
Allow
file for
has that.
asylum?
Everybody has that option.
And a lot of
Exactly.
people
That's
don't. A
why
lot of
it's an
people don't
invasion.
have that option.
It's an invasion because I needed to feel that way because I need to, get the blood boiling. Because the sun doesn't do enough, apparently. Let's continue. Here we go.
But even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But
you can't even call it the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here,
Interesting.
I want to hear him answer this question because, I mean, I probably heard things here or there before, but maybe not as direct. Maybe I could be tripping on that one. Maybe it's out there. I just haven't seen enough of it. But I want to hear this.
I haven't heard this answer.
Yeah, I want to hear this direct answer. Yeah, here we go.
Presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again,
aren't these fools closer though? Like, aren't they like physically like closer? It's good when it's like 90% Europe. Like, don't they have to cross like the ocean to get over? What the fuck?
Well, what he's referring to it
means white culture, like whatever that means.
What he's referring to. What he is referring to is previous to 1965, each country was allowed a certain percentage of immigrants to come from each country. They were different for each country, but it was like this country can have 4% entrance, and then this country can have 7% entrance. This country could have 12% entrance, whatever it was. And it was broke down by country.
Are you sure that's what he's referencing?
They're still broken down by country.
What?
I mean, these guys are...
That still exists. That's still the way immigration happens.
No, we have a lot more illegal now than we kind of ever did.
Yeah, what you're describing, the legal process. The legal process.
I'm kind of right. Mexico's right there, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're right there.
Well, there was still a percentage cap on them, too.
You'd rather allow 90% people crossing the fucking ocean than guys that can walk right there.
No. It was each country, it was worked out.
Is that what Nick's saying now?
Before
Is that
1965,
what I'm arguing
it
against
was-
Nick? What's Nick saying?
I don't know exactly what Nick's saying. I'm just letting you know.
I think he's saying it should be 90% European and 10% or
Yeah, but
right?
what does that mean really? Like we look at it. Okay, this person's white or they're not. Like we're talking about like the aesthetic, the color tone. Is like
Yeah, no,
they're
it
not
gets dumber,
the same. Like even Europeans, they have all these different languages. They have different like cultures, and like they don't. They're varied, right? I mean, they're
Very
still
much
white,
varied.
I guess,
Very much varied.
but they're white. But like, I guess people look at maybe like French or Italian or
Yeah,
British, and
true.
even the proximity is close, but like,
Once upon a time, Italians and Irish weren't considered white.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but
In
Yeah,
the US,
why not Nick just
remember that
say?
time?
Why doesn't Nick just say, "I want 90% motherfuckers that rock suit and ties"? That makes more sense, right?
You know what I find funny about that? How the Irish and the Italians were fucking low as niggas. And then they're fucking as racist as they fucking are towards fucking other people. And then turn around and complain about it.
Well, these guys, they kind of fought historically, as far as I understand, fought their way for political power, right? They had people entering office, and maybe through some shady means here or there, but
Yeah, how
got
do
the
you
job
think the
done.
mob came around?
A
How do
lot
you
of
think
blue
the
collar.
mob came around? And why do you think the fucking Irish was bombing fucking everything?
But that's like,
You asking an Irish cop why he's corrupt?
even that's a minority of people that join IRA or mafias and all that shit. The rest just came up through blue collar work. And let's be honest, you got to be fair and honest. Like, they are keeping other people out, right? It's kind of like,
Yeah.
you had your higher
But
ups
I don't understand.
saying, "Hey, work at these jobs, work at fucking, Phillips, or work at Carnegie, or work at Rockefeller, work at these places, right? And if you want to keep your job and keep your wages, you got to keep other people out of this. So we'll let you guys like rise up a bit, but you got to push everyone out, like kind of keep them out of this. And that's probably what happened
White
historically.
as it were.
And then they're like, okay, we
Yeah, but-
have adopted this thing, and that's what I think Nick is
Yeah, but I want to
mentally
know,
thinking
like,
of.
they fucking racist as shit. And then complain about that shit while being fucking racist towards fucking black people.
Not
That's
everyone.
what makes
no.
me fucking laugh. That's what makes me laugh about the whole situation. It's like, oh yeah, they used to treat. So if they treat you like that, hey, you treat other people like that, and then complain how they treat you. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up. You're just a
Like I
fucking
said,
Not
hypocrite.
honorary
everyone's like that.
whiteness.
Not everyone's like that. A lot of it probably had to do with, hey, we want to keep our wages, so keep these guys away from this work, because it's
What
not a,
wages, nigga? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, wages, nigga?
blue collar workers
Like, on
would
the-
be like, hey, if
on
these
the
guys work
fucking
here too, that like,
The niggas ain't working with fucking Italians. Italians ran fucking construction. They're racist as fucking fuck. It's like the fucking Chinese.
But if you keep people
they
away from the
fucking
business
racist as
that
fuck
someone else could do too,
from fucking black people, and then they'll turn around and say, "Oh yeah, white people are racist against them," while they're the biggest fucking racists in the fucking world. Like, I used to
Okay,
fuck with the
I'm just gonna
fucking
go with
Chinese.
you
That's
didn't.
what I always found fucking hilarious.
I'm
Like,
gonna go
they're
with
good
you
for
didn't understand
business.
what the
They're
fuck I
cheap as
said.
fuck.
But do your thing, my man.
But it's like, yo, you're fucking complaining about people being racist, and you're literally racist against somebody fucking else.
I mean, well, you mean like guys like Nick Fuentes or something? Is that what
I
you mean?
don't know about no fucking Fuentes, nigga. I'm talking about the fucking actual people.
Okay. With actual
like-
people,
My buddy,
it's kind
it's like my
of
fucking.
it's not the same
It's
way
like
it
my
used to be.
fucking. It's like my
Not as
buddy
much.
Tommy and fucking K. When they got out the fucking bin, they couldn't legally get a fucking job, so everybody jumped into fucking construction. And the fucking Portuguese are always calling them fucking niggers, and like they act like my boy K don't fucking understand what they're saying.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
they're
fair
like, oh
enough.
yeah, people fucking were racist against fucking Portuguese and this and that. We're like, nigga, aren't you literally fucking saying racist shit about fucking black people and fucking Asian people. And then you complain like people were fucking treating you away and now you're giving the same treatment to fucking somebody else.
Okay, but there's still like a different in 2025, different levels of assimilation that has happened.
I don't know
right?
about 2025, nigga. I don't fuck with people like that anymore. But I'm talking about like, yo, early
You're living in
2000s,
it, you
90s.
fuck. The fuck? You live in 2025,
Yeah, I'm living
man.
in
You're
it.
talking
But
to me in
I ain't fucking
2025
out
right
there
now.
fucking trying to associate with fucking anybody. Because I'm not on this dumb shit people are fucking on.
Okay, fair enough. Either way,
Especially when they were going through that whole women or fucking men or women or whatever
I
the
got
foodie
it.
shit
The
they were on.
trans
Like,
agenda. Got it.
yeah,
Got it.
I wasn't with that shit, and ain't nobody gonna fucking tell me fucking you're a grown ass man trying to go in a woman's fucking bathroom.
Fair enough. I will judge individual by individual and try to understand why someone did what they did. But let's keep it up. God.
Yeah, I think Nick is basically selling an idea, which probably was kind of sold to him before that,
Yeah, probably.
about what's so this whole thing about white, that again, when we inspect it, we look at it and he's okay with Europeans, but then like if you go back to those 50s or the Europeans, like people will discriminate against each other for other reasons, right? Like it's okay, it's not white, it's country or whatever. And so I I think he's got a concept in his mind that is probably detached from
Manhunter
the
Jojo.
time period that he's thinking of. It's like it's not like if you look at your a situation right now and you're like, okay, we have these problems. Things were better 20 40 years ago, whatever. And then you go back 20 40 years ago, people looked at it and thought they had problems too, right? Like they had, like,
Yeah, we can point
they're
them
just
out.
different.
We can point them
Yeah,
out.
they're just different. But like, looking now at the past, it always looks simpler. It looks like it's like, oh, okay, 'cause- but it's like a different reality than
Well, it's probably
what it was.
selective. Let's be honest, Jesse. It's probably selective, right? They pick and choose. Well,
Yeah.
somewhat pick and choose what they want to believe as far as why things are the way they are, without like really like digging your fucking feet in and really like why are things the way they are. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like if everyone is white, like what he was describing, then do you really describe people as white? Like the whole thing about fish being in water. Like, do they describe their environment to be water? They're just like,
Yeah.
that is just like you don't even see things anymore when it's just so much.
Yeah, and he,
Like it's not
yeah.
like real almost.
Well, you could tell he's leaning towards culturally, right? That's why I said the thing. Like, what if it's 90% people, like suit and tie motherfuckers? Like, is that what you want? Whether they're from Mexico, Venezuela, France, Italy, Middle East, if they're suit and tie
Oh, the
motherfuckers,
Mexicans.
then they're cool. Like that would make more
Those
sense to me
Mexicans are
than.
another bunch of motherfuckers, dog.
Wait, what?
I said Mexicans are another bunch of motherfuckers too, dog. They always hating on fucking black people. That again, they fucking like adopt your whole style and fucking culture.
I disagree on personal experience, but there
I
could be.
don't know what your
people-
experience is.
Yeah. Anyways, either way, I'm just saying, like, if they're once again, there's business people that live in all these countries. Not everyone's fucking bottomed out, right? Not everyone's coming from war-torn places or economic struggles, right? So, like, is that what you mean by like I accept these guys, Nick? That would make more sense, right? But I guess he assumes like I don't know what he assumes. Success means white culture or something, or I don't know. Either way, let's keep playing. Here's more of Nick and Piers Morgan.
And that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody's a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family.
I love
and
fucking Red
restaurants.
Lobster.
Said before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is: do you think you grew up in a racist environment? That your father was inherently racist? Do a disservice to Italian food. That thought process,
I hated all
moved to you.
I didn't hate it. It was just like, whatever.
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think everybody
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an
put my
anecdote
opinion on this whole subject
on
this
your
way.
podcast.
If this country was all white people, like everybody's of European descent, so nobody's here from Mexico or India or China or Africa, whatever. Our living conditions would be they would be exactly as bad as they are right now, either way.
Oh, there'd be winners and losers, like Thursday, right? It'd be winners and losers. Like all these other places. But all right, let's continue.
I don't know, Joe, but let's try it.
You can make the U.S. as white as you want. Your fucking wages are still going to be depressed as shit.
No mandingos for a dumpster anymore.
Dumpster, so you got to leave the country then?
Hey, aren't you part Cherokee? Right?
Yeah, a dumpster needs the seasoning.
You drive that Jeep across the border. Okay to see. I have a video that's gonna wreck your shit, but this one video we're doing right now, it's gonna take too long. I can already tell. We're getting in arguments and shit like that. Like it's just no chance.
I'm just reminding dumpster.
Whatever.
I will be right back. Excuse me.
All right, here we go. Here's Nick's answer to that.
As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill. and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail.
It's very political.
But now
like
what you
politician
have
sounding.
in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees, and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns.
I saw that argument a mile away of what Piers was going to say. Like, well, we don't have guns, so we don't have to worry about that. He kind of cornered him a little bit on that one, right? Although Nick made some
Nick's
points.
talking about
Right,
his experience, right? Like, he's talking about, but it's the way he labels things, right? So, like, he's like, there's shootings, and they're black people, right?
He says from the same neighborhoods, which would hurt his argument.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wait, so you have a problem with these neighborhoods?
Well,
Got it.
he obviously sees himself separate from this, and so he tries to label that, right? But now somebody like not from Chicago will look at like gun violence statistics in Chicago, and like, why wouldn't Nick fit into that Chicago label, right? In that area, like someone can label him as, well, you're from this dangerous place, so like, but we don't do that. Like, colors, like, really easy.
Yeah.
Nationality, maybe a little bit. Like, it depends.
Well,
like, if you could tell, but it's the way things are labeled that is just. But he definitely has to find a way where he's separate from this. So he's got to find that, because he knows that himself. Okay, yeah, he's not shooting people, right? But you know what I mean? Like,
well, he
like
kind of epistemologically buried himself a little bit, at least a little bit, because he basically just said it is environment based. It's not genetic; it's environment based, right? He's saying that. Nick is saying that. He's going with that direction, right? And it's like, well, once you look at the circumstances of, I guess, gang neighborhoods or whatever the fuck in Chicago, or Mexican versus from France, right? Immigrants, that is. Because he put it in that category, it's like, well, we have to look at the environment then, based on what you just said, Nick. Right? And if we look at that, I think things get a little bit weirder. He's going to end up sounding like an SJW, I would think. Right? If he says it's like, it is environment. Right?
Fuentes is woke.
I mean, he kind of isolated. He said these particular neighborhoods, which is way different than like all black people in the entire area of Chicago or Illinois. Right? That's
even the older generation, he separated
older
that
versus
bit.
younger. Exactly. Again. So, like, okay, what are those circumstances? And thus, he's going to have to actually go over certain
things. There's 1,000 fucking variables that affect this shit.
Yeah, but like, there's some glaring ones that he would have to go over for his assessment of things, unless he's just doing this to survive or sorry, like PR wise, survive questions from Piers fucking Morgan, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, I want to look bad in front of this guy, so thus I will have these things ready to go, which would be just dishonest to me. But I hope, like, if he actually means that, you got some work to do then, as far as like your assessments that you outwardly say, unless you're gonna lie by omission about what you actually believe. You should be going over that then, because that seems to be the crux of your problem at that point. Not saying I believe that. I'm just saying that's the way you just made it sound. Like it is environmental based. Or maybe it's a mixture of things. I don't know, but either way.
I think Nick is still grappling. Like he has, I mean, it's hard to tell somebody's like core, like their actual beliefs, right? But there's things that he holds on to a lot. But you see his appearances on shows, and you see how he interacts with people,
Yeah.
diverse people, like any kind of people, and it's not all like what he's known for saying, and so
It's
like
not hard to do
I
either.
do think
This is not hard to do.
Hmm?
What Piers is doing is not hard to do. Like, it's just simple questions. Actually, very simple. I think the one about his parents or whatever the fuck, maybe a little bit too far, possibly. But if it's asked, it's asked, and it's worthy because we heard it. Nick kind of skipped over the answer
I mean
for
like
that,
Nick's
but whatever.
I think Nick's he's probably like grappling with this, not just like yes, of course he's got to find a way to answer things which don't make him look bad, but I think it's more that he actually does grapple with these questions. Like
I fucking hope so. I mean, once again, it may not sound much.
like, I don't think he's
so
flat
far.
out racist. I don't
No,
think so.
I don't think so either. I really don't. Well,
I
I don't even
that
really.
it's an act.
I don't really believe in the term itself. It's like kind of a stupid fucking term, kind of. I don't think it like. I think it's like off rep if you believe people behave a certain way based on their skin tone or whatever, or even their genetics. To that extent, I'm like, I already look at you like, that's kind of stupid to me. Let's actually do like a more of an assessment about the psyche and all that shit. But whatever. But with this, I predicted and I figured that Piers Morgan, who once again, he doesn't need Nick's audience, right? He doesn't need Nick's audience to be like, look at him as a good guy at all. So thus, he might ask a little bit more nuanced questions. Even some of these are a little bit. I'm not gonna say too much. I mean, it's you want to be a public figure. Like it is what it is, right? So you can ask questions about things you've said out loud, or even like things you said about your parents, right? But
Yo,
at the same time,
this shit is all for fucking content. The more absurd shit you say and out of pocket shit you say, people keep talking about you and bringing your fucking name up. The more you're into that fucking algorithm guy, like
I could do that
I meet
without
people all the
watching, but
time,
why
like,
would I do that? That sounds ignorant.
but that's the whole reason why people fucking watch. It's fucking entertainment. Like, where in real life do you fucking see people talking fucking like that? Or some white guy be saying that fucking shit, and somebody ain't gonna punch him in his fucking face
I talk a lot of shit in
for saying
person,
some out of
but
pocket shit.
I get what you're saying, but like Nick wouldn't do this at the gas station, right? He's not doing that. But
I can
know,
confirm that George
I will
called
say-
me a butthead in person.
I will say what I say in front of anyone. I will do that, right? But like I said, either way, like I have to leave. Like, okay, let's find out. I'm not worried about finding out. I get something from this, no matter like me personally. I can reflect off things regardless of what's in front of me. This is not going to entrain my brain in any direction or my thoughts. I get to actually straight up go over it. And I'd hope other people would do the same. Thus, there's no need to, oh, it's fucking Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes. Fuck bullshit. I'm out of here. You don't have to do that. Do what you feel like, honestly. Or try your best. And that's where I'm at. Okay, let's continue. Here's more Piers and Nick Fuentes. Yeah, here we go.
That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before
You
in
got
America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
You
with
have Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this.
You haven't really directly, I think, responded
Hold
to
on,
it,
hit pause.
whether your
Hold on,
father...
hit pause.
Yep.
How can someone... Everyone else can be a product of their environment, but he's not a product of his environment. Even if he's successful and he came from his environment, he would still be a product of his environment. If he's an outlier in his environment, he would still be a product of his environment. Would you believe that?
I get what you're saying.
You believe that argument?
I get what you're saying, but I think what Piers is doing is trying to continue on with the interview and essentially say, Nick, you didn't answer my original question. I think that's where he's going.
Right. No, I get that, but that is significantly obtuse. I don't know.
I think it's a matter of fact shit.
Disingenuous. Yeah, disingenuous to say, I believe everybody's. Earlier he said, I believe everybody's a product of their environment. And then he says, I don't believe you're a product of your environment. As in, he's implying success is what.
I might be going too far.
Fuentes
I think what he did was he tried to nullify the question. This is what I think he was doing. Nullify the question to say, like, well, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment, but, there's plenty of people that may be affected to some degree or another. Right? To kind of get the question out of the fucking room and then to go back to his parents is where that's where Piers wants to go, apparently. So that's what he was doing there. In my humble opinion, that's what I think he was doing. But all right. Either way, it's worth the question. Here we go.
It's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black
trying to put him on
is that true?
He did say he's not racist.
Well,
psychiatry.
See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food.
Yeah, Piers Morgan.
Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad.
Bloodsport.
Yeah.
Bloodsport.
We'll say.
It's WWE.
Could
Bad
be.
WWE.
I mean, I could be. Here's what I was thinking when I first heard the idea, where Piers was like, "Yeah, Nick Fuentes, you're welcome on anytime you want to." I'm thinking Piers is thinking of, I'm gonna knock this kid down a couple pegs. That's what I think he plans to do, and I think we're seeing him attempt that. But let's apply. Here we go.
Like I said, Bloodsport.
See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian.
I'm pausing so much.
I don't know.
These other folks are going to be mad at me.
It's so sus. It's so sus.
What's sus?
Nick Fuentes' quick rise.
Well, like I said, I went over some things before this where it's like, it looks like people are like kind of quote unquote turning on him. Now, if they turn on him and he falls at it, they're going to say like, well, maybe it's real. Maybe he's a real guy. Will he do that? Or we'll be like, no, it was a part of the script from the fall.
Real. There are some parts, right?
So with that, it can't be based on are you successful or not, right? That can't be the standards.
Right? The question wasn't. The question is why is this sent so fast? And right, the thing is that remember what Cat Williams said, right? Not that he's true about everything, but he says they can give it to you and they can take it away. So the fact is that if he falls, right, doesn't mean that he was never. Doesn't mean that he was never their tool, right?
Oh, fair enough. Possibly. But let's do our best to decipher ourselves, I guess. Here we go. Here's bringing up the Olive Garden. Chat the early day Joe Rogan. Here we go.
See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family.
Black,
so,
yeah.
Okay, so when you told
no.
the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about
You got black friends.
go as a family to eat. Are you saying?
Hey, just said that.
Well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story,
I'm not anti-American. I have American friends.
What?
That is the stereotype that Nick kind of just said right there, but I'll let it go and be like, hey, maybe he did. I don't know. I had white friends growing up, for real, but I don't know. It's not like I guess I can't brag about that. I guess, but it could be a reality,
no black
right?
friends? You racist? Oh my god!
I had plenty of black friends and Puerto Rican friends.
I don't deny it.
And this place is a pretty even mix of black, white, and Latino, from what I've seen.
Yeah. Most of my neighborhood is Mexican, bro, and they're awesome. By the way, they're fucking awesome. But that's
I'm
me
sure
being
they're
racist.
delightful.
But those guys are. The rest of these Mexicans,
I think
who knows? But the ones I know around here, they're awesome.
I think I've become racist against all people.
Fair enough. What PC Master Race? A PC Master Race.
Oh, that's only against the bad computers, whatever you call them. They're not computers. Come on.
The lessers. All right, here we go.
Right, you're
Deport all
basically
PlayStation
saying
owners.
your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat.
That's really American.
I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote
Still pushing
for
the
the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat at Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way, 60. Right? You were born in
60.
19? Yeah. So you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society. But you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist, and I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay,
I think he baited you.
People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story.
The whole interview is
going to be a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else.
John,
you said.
pull up.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
This kind of comedy.
I could see him flinching.
Would you like?
You call like the ways it's like he's playing his own audience. I could view that as comedy, right? I could definitely do that. But at the same time, it's like, does your audience know you're doing comedy? Like, do they know you're doing comedy right there? It's like either you're not reading the room enough, or you don't have like that comedic cadence, because that looks more so like some motherfuckers will look at that and be like, "Oh, that's a rant, not comedy, not a comedy, but a fucking rant." You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Like, I'm not here to put Nick on the fucking stand, about being racist or not. I want to hear more sophisticated ideas, but here we go.
to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that
now he's going into
blacks need to be in
sarcasm to
prison
protect
for the most part.
himself. Come on, man.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
He's doing sarcasm to
No,
protect
for the most part.
Come on,
What does the
man.
most part
It
mean?
looks
What
bad, you know it
percentage
looks
of
bad. Nick.
American
Just say it.
blacks would you like to see in prison?
Like, just say, like, man, that looks bad, or I see why people think that looks bad, but I don't actually believe those things. I was joking. Just say that. But now he's, like, entering into, like, moody teenager sarcasm, right? It's just like...
That's an insult to teenagers,
The
Jordan.
thing is, we're trying to see your character. Like, that's... Fuck Piers Morgan. I want to hear more about your character, Nick. And if you just fucking black pill yourself in real time, you're like, oh, well, whatever, nothing, who cares? Yeah, sure, I meant it, whatever. Yeah, I mean that too, fuck it. Like, you get nothing out of it.
Like, shit like this is why I have a dim view of Piers Morgan in general, and that's why I call his dumbass program Bloodsport.
Yeah, but at the same time, he should be bringing this up. Maybe not him, but like someone, if they're interviewing Nick, should bring these things up. They should. And ask him in real ways.
That's asking Piers Morgan to be an interviewer, Jordan. That's your first mistake.
It's... Damn, man. It's like, I'm sitting here like... You know, without effort, you know, effortlessly, just juggling ideas around. And it's like, I'm just trying to say these things to like, hey, do we see the game that's being done here? What's happening? Possibly. Right? I'm not saying I know the answer is just like, it looks a certain way. But, oh yeah, Dick's being sarcastic now. Like, oh, yeah, sure, Mom. I was going to actually, like, you know, go kill someone today. Right? It's like, it's kind of like moody teenager sarcasm. And Piers is like, answer these questions, please. Right, with a mixtape. But anyways, here we go.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers, I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about
1 in
black
20?
people who
Holy
murder people.
shit. 1 in 20?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But you didn't
Yeah,
say
that's-
that.
that's
You
the
just
crime
said
Murder.
need to
1
be-
in 20? How's
I
that?
guess you're a murderer, Jordan.
Wait. What was the old number was 13 million, right? Or was it 13%? Am I tripping? It had been 13%.
He mixed up some statistics.
Yeah.
1 of 20?
That shit in-
You know what it was,
Holy
Jordan? You know what it was?
fuck, you're fucking mass
You know what it was?
murdering.
Despite being 13% of the population, 50% of the prison population
The
is
rest?
black people. That old stupid fucking thing.
Well, they're going to counter with, but look at the crime rates per
I
per
think it's
population.
the rate for arrest, not like
Yeah.
murder.
Well, still, 1 of 20 black men. He didn't say ages either, right? Of all ages? 1 of 20? Oh my god. So it's like, if you go to like New York City, right? You walk around, you're like, murderer? Like, that sounds stupid. Off rip.
Well,
So he
lifetime
fucked his
statistics-
words up. He fucked his words up for sure, right?
All right, so pluck 20 black kids out of an elementary school. One of them's a murderer. Is that what we're doing now?
Well, for about kids, let's say adults.
lifetime
Let's say
statistics
adults.
work different. Yeah, like
Okay, pluck 20 black kids out of a college for a day. One of them's a murderer. Is that what Nick wants us to
That
think?
is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous. There's no fucking way. That would be ridiculous. 1
yeah, no,
of
it's
20?
It's completely incorrect.
Oh my god.
I'm positive he mixed it up with a different statistic.
Yeah. I think he fucked
it's
his
not
words
murder.
up. Yeah, I think he fucked his words up, honestly. But that's crazy, bro. What a fucking
is-
20. Holy
Yeah,
Christ.
we don't have that many murders in the country.
This is just another one of those things that has me thinking
Oh
that
my
this whole
God.
thing he does is an act.
No, he
Offend
might
an audience.
He might have fucked his words up, Joe. You got to be fair about every little detail. Every little detail. You got to be fair about all of it. He could have fucked his words up right there, because if you think about that, it just sounds crazy as soon as you hear it. It really does.
Yeah,
To where
it's
like,
absurd.
even if he's a full of shit artist, let's say Nick's full of shit. That would be a grave mistake for a full of shit artist too. Like, that's crazy. 1 of 20.
It's also going to be a mistake on Pierce's part if he doesn't fucking ask it.
Like, go to Foot Locker, like, murderer. Go to the
audience
Nike
might not be
factory.
calling him on those
Murderer.
mistakes. Though.
Murderer.
They're not correcting him. His audience is like, oh yeah.
Well, they might be
Sure.
trying to make new mixtapes, Jesse. That might be part of Pierce's ambition or motivation for this stuff. New mixtapes, where to get them on different quotes and shit like that. But let's continue. Here we go. This is a marathon.
Well,
It is what it is.
Then it goes back to what I said. This is blood sport.
In a way, sure. But once again, to the audience, I apologize. I am pausing more than I even want to be pausing the video. It is what it is. It's going to be a marathon. But it is what it is. We're real people. We're saying real things out loud. So shut the fuck up, you little bitches. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's
Moody
funny,
teenager
or-
sarcasm.
I think, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black
I think-
American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most
Doing
part?
the parrot thing.
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I
High
love
fives.
your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the
On the
difference.
couch.
Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My
We
son
could
went
go
to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage?
So the producer in his earpiece said, "You just heard him say 1 of 20, right? Okay, we're gonna. Okay, they
5%.
Googled, they Wikipedia'd, they did all that shit, didn't they? Like, let's be real. Like, we heard that instantly. I'm like, excuse
You
me.
wanted to hit him with the ether, bro. You want to hit him with the ether.
Pierce did not stop him from saying it. He didn't stop him right there. He
Oh
came back
my
to it.
God.
He just let it
No,
marinate.
he's got producers in his ear telling him like, "Oh, Piers, he said this. Let's get this young chap. Let's get him." That's what fucking happened. This is once again. I'm sorry for all the pausing here, but like these are things to be gone over because this is like, I it feels like I'm like in the back.
Special.
It's how the hot dogs are made, kind of. We're like watching it, I think. Right? Am I tripping? I think we're watching how the hot dogs are fucking made. If you don't think that's fucking important, you're an idiot, in my humble opinion, for like audience
Pierce
members.
got a team of people looking to research everything.
Someone looked it up as he said it and put it in fucking his earpiece. 100% that happened. Or
a
a cue
prompter
card.
or something.
Exactly. Or a cue card in the background or a prompter. Yeah, exactly. Someone told him, like, "Oh, well, you said 1 of 20, huh? Let's go over that number." Here we go.
Make a little bit of money
This
is
is
they go
fucking-
and leave to another
actually kinda
neighborhood.
crazy.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just
around.
remind
It's
me
kinda David
again, the
Lynch surreal.
percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men commit murder. That's the
No,
statistics in America.
that's not
That
true
even sounds
either.
high as fuck.
That's not true either. I think it's arrest rate will be first off. Then you have convictions. Like there's a whole, I've went through them before. Whole little like categories of statistics. It's like,
And also, this is just something to keep in mind. There's a difference between jail and prison. Jail is where you're stuck while you're awaiting trial because they won't fucking let you go home because cash bail punishes poor people.
well, this
Prison
guy,
is where you go after you get convicted.
you have to think about the numbers, right? One in 100 black men. He didn't say an age group either. 1 in 100. That's 1% commit murders. That is not realistic at all. There's no fucking chance. How many black people are in America? How many millions?
We'll
And ask
look it
yourself
up.
how many murders are committed in America. It's like, huh? Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? I think they're both fucking this up, aren't they? Am I tripping on that?
Yeah, this is a 1-2 fuck up.
How many black men are in America? How many black people above the
I think
age
the
of 18,
100 is
18
like,
and older?
what do they call it? The 100 I think it's like 100,000. You know, they do it
per
like
100,000 per capita, right? Yeah.
Yeah, murders per
that's
100,000 people. We
I forget
have
how they do it.
we have
It's somewhere like that.
So it'd be
about
like
51 and a,
1,000 per
million black people in the United States.
1,000 per 100,000 is the number he's saying, right? Right?
You said 100.
Yeah, your math is correct.
No, 1,000 per 100,000. But what are like the yearly murder rates? If there's, would you say 50 million? Where are the murder rates in America? Are they that crazy now?
Yeah, so I guess we have
Yeah,
500,000 dead black people every year, apparently.
No,
According to
like
Nick.
500,000 murders by black people per year. Like, that's crazy. Is that not crazy? Am I tripping? When I was looking at FBI statistics, it was like, wasn't it like 5,000 or something like that? Per year? Or was that per
maybe.
capita too? Maybe that was per capita. But that's a lot of people. That's a lot.
That's way overboard.
500K
Ugh.
per year and a population of 350 million fucking people or 370 million people, whatever it is. That's a lot.
Probably like
Holy
400
shit.
million. You
Yeah,
got
if there's
probably
a-
like 50 million undocumented immigrants.
If there's that many, if there's that many fucking people getting murdered, I should be hearing about one over here every other week.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna look this shit up afterwards, but let's see if they have arguments to make this make sense. Here we go.
1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in
have?
20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder.
I'm
as the
I'm
official crime
sorry,
statistics say.
Jordan and the audience. Pause it
Yeah,
again.
there's.
Oh, yeah,
They're both wrong.
1 in 20 will eventually commit murder.
And what's that based on?
He just said that.
Oh,
I would
wait,
love
Nick
to know what
switched
he's
it.
going to base that on.
You're saying Nick switched that up, his language. I didn't hear
Yeah.
that. Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay.
Play it back if you want.
I am.
So
What do you got,
there is
Jesse?
a thing called lifetime statistics, right? So like which means which is a higher number. The higher number is because like throughout somebody's whole life, you're taking like not that they did it this year or next year, but their accumulation of life. And so you do get higher numbers.
Okay.
It's not what they're saying. They're both fucking up their statistics.
Is it 1 in 100? Because that sounds absolutely crazy, bro. 1 in 100, bro. Sounds crazy. There's millions of people that live here. That's crazy.
I did find the 1 in 5. It's incarceration or
He
basically
said
what
one
I
in
think
a.
that's lifetime. You get arrested. Like
He said
at some
1 in
point.
100 of black people.
So men and women. Okay, fair enough. But, like,
42 million
okay, but the
is about the population of black people in America.
okay, but like the counterpoint that a lot of people have said before is, well, whites commit more of the, aka like there's more murders because there's more population of white people in America, right?
Well,
so you're telling me
hold on.
there are millions of murders every year in America?
Hold on.
Holy shit! Holy fuck!
Hold on. Break down the arrest thing we looked at. Remember that of by race?
That was
And
FBI.
it
Yeah,
was like 0.01 of something, or 0.001 of something was blacks committed
of the black
convicted
population.
of-
Yeah.
Right. So there's no way it's 1 in 100. It's a
That
lie.
didn't make sense to me when Piers said that. It didn't make sense to me. And then when we like kind of
So
quasi,
when Nick says 120. When Nick says 1 out of 20,
that's
a bigger lie.
That's even crazier. But like I'm saying, like America in general, right? Like let's say we just quasi kind of crunch out the numbers and say, oh, it's like 500,000, right, or whatever. It's like, well, hold on, hold on, because there's all these other races that exist in America. Like, how many people are we murdering every year in America? Like, that'd be a crazy number, right? If it was 1 million, that'd be crazy, right?
42.
That'd be batshit crazy, right? 1 million murders
Yeah, no,
in a
the numbers
year?
are
Or wait.
Oh
Okay, you
my
mean a
like
lifetime?
both of them are off. Like,
Okay.
Okay,
like,
No, no,
42
wait.
million divided by 100 is 420,000. That's how many murders black people should be having under their belts.
Over there. Okay, get that into the Jesse thing, which is over their entire lifetimes. So someone who's 18 to someone who's 75, right?
No,
That's a
to
lot.
150. Yeah, all black people ever
I don't know what they're
of their lifetimes.
The only way
they're saying
the
adults.
the only way that could possibly be true is if black people just sleepwalk into murdering someone.
They need the source of stuff because otherwise I'm confused. I don't know what exact rubrics they're using or what standards they're using because
this shit's for the birds.
Like I said, the one of 20 and the one of 100 sound kind of crazy to me. They sound too much.
Well, think about here's how you would have to do it. You'd be like, since 1950 to 2025, sure, I can
Might be
imagine
better,
half a million murders by black people. If we're talking about 70 years,
yeah, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I was thinking per year for a reason. So I fucked that up. You good?
Wasn't the Charlie Kirk shot in the neck while he was talking about demographics? He was talking demographics. Bam!
By a trans-loving Antifa, I love furry guy. Allegedly.
Yeah, you believe that, right?
Allegedly. All right, let's continue here.
What a world we live in.
I'm gonna look at these numbers later. I'm gonna try to look them up because I'm like, what were they saying here? Because they might have been like mixing stats with other stats and all that shit. But for now, let's hear them argue about it. I guess. Here we go.
hold on.
Because
hold on.
they know how it is.
Pause for just one more second. I'm about to do 420 or 42 million divided by 20, and that's 2.1 million.
Yeah,
that's
no
Nick's
fucking
stat.
chance. No fucking chance. No fucking chance. But if you said 2.1 million cents, 1950 or some shit like that, right? That would make more sense to me.
Yes,
But I'd have to look at that too, right? That would make more sense to me though. But I'd still have to look at that shit too. But all right, let's continue. Here we go.
That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again the percentage of black men who commit murder in America? What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means
eventually.
that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Bad.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there is some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100?
That's crazy.
Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure.
this
A
is
lot
real
of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the
per capita.
population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally.
That's why you go 1 of 100.
Crime than white
That's why you do
people,
that,
and
right?
people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much
That's why you
higher property
say
tax.
the number for the white people
What's with the
too.
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public.
Right. So just in black neighborhoods, this is where he's getting all this super. Like, yeah, this is what they're doing in just these neighborhoods. Like, I think they'd all be dead by. I think they'd all be goners at that point, right?
Shouldn't there be a fucking mass grave somewhere?
It should be. Holy Christ!
Well, he lives in Greater Chicago, so I count him as part of the statistics.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
He's statistic.
Here we go.
I look out for it.
Yeah,
and
Nick.
kill
But at
somebody.
least somebody had the decency to put some dirt on those poor people who were mass murdered.
It's called potholes. All right, here we go.
I'm just going by
Transit, the
statistics.
subway.
Nick
These
might kill
people are
somebody.
they're completely unqualified. They're talking about stuff that's obviously wrong. Like they're here to really like like what's the value here? I don't really see the value here.
You don't hear us talking, Ed? There's no value in what we're saying?
They have the people, but you're talking
Yeah,
about
but us talking. Is there value here? Or is there none here too?
We're talking
maybe
way
some, but
more
it's,
than
it's
Nick's
quite,
talking.
What's that, Ed?
maybe
What's
a
that?
little bit, but maybe a little
Oh, a
bit.
little
But
bit.
it's
Okay.
already
What would make it
it's
better?
based off of
You're here, but you're here
it's
too.
based
Like,
off of poor
but you're
material.
here too, though. Like, so tell us what's better. Tell
I
us
am.
what we should be saying.
I am.
God.
I just think that I think that there's better sources than these guys. Like
Okay, then Ed, add to it.
yeah.
Be a part of the correction of the people we think are wrong, and you think are wrong.
I just think we
add
should
to it.
just diversify our sources.
Interesting
This,
slip up there, Dubster.
Diversify my
Nick
sources.
and
we don't
Nick
we don't
and
want
Piers Morgan.
diverse
This is
neighborhoods,
crap.
bro. What the hell?
Yeah, these guys have no idea what they're talking about. Piers is not from the United States. They're talking about where's Nick Fuentes from?
Chicago, gay kid in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't you remember
Chicago
he's a
is
gay little Fed
okay.
kid
Chicago
from
does
Chicago.
okay. I didn't even know he was from Chicago. Okay, so I thought he was talking about New York or something.
He's
but
not
I
from
guess
Chicago,
Chicago.
Chicago. He's not from Chicago, apparently.
He's from a suburb just outside of it.
But it's like whatever. Whatever.
All right, well,
doesn't bother me.
Actually, now that I looked it up some more, he's like by Midway Airport. So that's
I don't know
maybe.
what that is.
I
Midway,
don't know about
So-
Mortal
Wait,
Kombat.
that's not even the main.
It's not the
That's not
south.
even the main airport.
It's not the main airport, but it's
I'm going Mortal Kombat. Sorry,
yeah. It's not south either. It's basically west.
Joe. Mortal Kombat.
Sub-Zero.
Can we find some people that
Scorpion.
Can we find some people that actually know what they're
Shang
talking about, or you know what I mean, like versus these guys? Like these guys are just idiots.
Yeah,
like,
man. But that makes us idiots, Ed. Right? Doesn't it? We're
What
not
does?
We're not doing
What?
good enough. We're not questioning what they're saying enough. Apparently, right?
It's not. It's beyond that. It's beyond. It's not even like what. It's beyond what they're saying. It's like
I don't know. I'm getting value from this.
they're here
for
to
sure.
make sure that the narrative only discusses certain topics and the other topics never get addressed. So while we're worrying about like what color was the horse wearing, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We should have been paying attention to who was feeding the horses before the race, right? But we're thinking like the reason why the horse won was because what color it was wearing. No, right? So these guys are, and we can see that they already have bad. Like even if there was something, they still have some value, right? But even the facts they're giving are just patently wrong. Like, can we find someone who gets their facts a little bit more correct once in a while? I think we would just get more value out of that. Like
We just heard you right now, and we got more value from that.
from talking with each other, I guess. Okay. So what are we going to do with this information?
I already been doing it. But
No, what are we going to do with this information? Now we know that okay, so 1 out of 100 black people, isn't probably going to be murdering because the numbers are absurd. So what do we do with this information now? Watch more of these guys?
Well, we're doing it right now. We're talking about it in public.
Holy fuck! Have you not been watching this fucking channel at all, bro? And what we do here.
So it also.
I know.
It also.
Go ahead.
This also ruins the stereotypical conservative talking point of 13% do 50% of the crimes, or 52%. This also ruins that. This breaks that.
That was a little different.
That argument.
That was a little different.
No,
it was a little different.
Hold on.
The stats were, but good.
Right. So
what problem are they trying to solve here? What problem are they trying to solve here, and why are they even having this discussion here? But they're trying to attack Nick Fuentes' character by saying that he's a racist, right?
Not necessarily. Well, you could read it that way, possibly, but I don't know yet of what exactly.
So why
maybe Piers Morgan
why are they
is doing
even having this conversation?
Ed, maybe he's doing what you've been wanting to do, which is ask like, why is he growing? Why is he famous? And Piers Morgan's like asking, prodding to figure out what's going on here. Maybe. I don't know.
Possibly. Yeah.
I'm
No,
already
he's
on the
curious
record
about-
as saying that
he's
this whole
curi-
program is just
He's
blood
curious
sport
about the
style.
latest fad. He's curious about the latest phenomenon. That is the same as Nick Fuentes is so similar to Jackson Hinkle, right? Like as in terms of like wearing the suit, right?
Piers.
He's got a very stylistic way about him. I'm not saying it's all bad, but he's being lifted for what has he accomplished? What is his body of, he got canceled and he survived. How did he survive that? I mean, what is his credibility? What is his
if you're on Piers Morgan,
credibility towards what?
Did we watch? We should still watch it, right? Like, or did we boycott Piers Morgan for being a?
No, I just actually
he
wrote Sebs, right? Yeah, because the thing is that I'm having these workshops and these panel discussions with candidates across the nation and stuff like that. And like for example, I'm pulling in like someone from the Henry George School of like economic theory or thought or whatever. Not like I believe in schools and stuff, but I remember that Sebs actually had what his name is, that guy Brett Bartlett or something, whatever that guy, that tech guy, whatever. I don't think it really worked out too well, but we should be chasing down, like, at least he has some credibility though, right? Once again, who is Nick Fuentes and what has he accomplished, and why are we there's a lot more people who've accomplished a lot more, but instead we spend our time talking about this guy. It's it just doesn't make sense.
No, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Hey man, ignorance is bliss, and I'm enjoying my ignorance.
I could go talk to a bum outside about how to raise $1 million. Why the fuck would I do that? I would talk to him about what life is like on the streets, right? Talk to a motherfucker about what they know about and get the value there. These people are talking about some shit they have no fucking idea what the fuck they're talking about. Actually, maybe
it would be
Fuentes has a better idea because
really
at least he's from the
don't
United
have to know what
States.
they're talking about. They just have to be
Stylish and cool and relatable.
Yeah, they have to seize your attention.
It'd be very unfortunate if we.
That's sad.
Well, he was asking about his parents and his neighborhood.
Well, it doesn't hold my attention. It's boring.
It'd be so unfortunate, Ed, if we just demystified people about Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes. That'd be so unfortunate if that happened, right? Either way, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss.
I understand what Joe is saying. I honestly, I don't want to spend much time watching these two either, but I have to make the argument that it may be worthwhile sometimes listening to what a lot of people is hearing to understand what's going on.
Right. And
are a lot of people watching this, or okay? I think I just posted in the chat about how
I do what I feel like.
Let me ask you this.
Actually, just do what I feel like, honestly. But yeah.
Let me ask you this, Ed.
Okay.
What's wrong with asking a homeless person how to raise $1 million? Wouldn't it be an interesting answer?
Well, actually, some of them might know. You're not wrong about that, right? Both things can be true at the same time. But the thing is that,
or they might not.
But he's not doing it now. But he's not doing it now, right? You should talk to people that are.
How do you know he's not doing it now?
You can't say should.
I knew a crazy, bro. I knew a crazy.
You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that.
Hold on. I knew a crazy homeless person that actually fucking invented a new type of fucking gasoline that was actually working on it and actually was talking to fucking huge investors.
You're not wrong, Dubs.
As a fucking homeless person.
You're not wrong, Dubs. People, I know people like that too.
And I hated. I actually hated talking to him because he would never shut the fuck up about it. But I did fucking talk to a homeless person about raising millions of dollars.
You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. You get what I'm saying, though, right?
Fascinating.
You're not wrong, Dubs, but you get the point that I'm making here, right?
You gotta respect.
You get the point that I'm making, right?
You're not wrong, Dubs. You're not wrong. I do get it. You're right.
Just because someone has a different perspective that doesn't fit their field doesn't mean they can't have good or interesting, at least, ideas, or maybe a speck of the idea that could lead to something bigger.
Absolutely right. That's why I said. Remember, I said
trying to be ambitious, huh?
Nick is not all bad, right? But the thing is that once again, right? Just like I said before, like the example of the horses, right? Like someone could poison the horse and that could fuck up the race, but the colors could have an effect, right, on those things. You cannot rule out anything all the way.
And, come on, man. Let's get to actual reality here. When someone says something,
what is
the psychological thing that happens when you hear something that that's wrong? What is that phenomenon, Ed? Please tell me about that, because you apparently are a fucking expert about it. So tell me. So please tell me. Go ahead.
What? Something's wrong? You feel
When
indignant.
someone
You
hears
feel,
something that they think is wrong, what is that phenomenon? What is that? Is that useless? Is it like whatever? Hey, how come you're not listening to the right answer? What is that function? What happens there? What is that? Tell me about it, please. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
I just
The
you
floor
can
is yours.
question it, but yeah. I would rather go meta on it. I would rather go beyond what taking apart what they say directly and actually looking at other things that are around it. Because I don't think the answer is in what the. I think to get caught up, that's part of it, but I think that's
Yeah,
it's
I know
through
already.
it's through the filter of their words.
Oh, fair enough. Fair
And
enough.
certain things will not
Yeah.
be discussed.
Yeah, sure.
As long as you stay within their with what they if they get to dictate. If you're being reactive, then they will get to win because you're predictable.
They get the win. They don't win nothing, bro. Not over here. What the fuck is
You have to
Nick
be
or
able to
Piers
somewhat
Morgan
control
winning?
the pace.
If someone's listening to us,
All right, look.
listening to these guys,
I know this is your
how the
favorite
fuck are
thing.
these two fucking winning anything? How are they winning? I want to understand that one. How are these two winning if they hear us talking about them? How? Good.
Winning?
You just said that. You said the word winning. How the fuck are their ideas or them themselves winning when listening to us, listening to them? So please go ahead and explain that to me.
Okay. What you want to achieve is that you want to, you said, expose them, right? You want to expose them.
No. I'm being Jordan. I'm just being Jordan,
Okay.
watching them and just saying what I think. But go ahead.
Okay, so thanks for correcting me on that. Okay, so you are choosing to watch Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes, and that's fine, right? It could be part of a healthy diet, right? But to focus and maybe that's not the only thing you're watching, but a lot of these there's a lot of content out there that's fake. It's like just listening to like Puff Daddy, you know what I mean? Like,
are we being tricked by that? Or do you have like do you think anyone's being tricked by that? Here, at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
In what way?
Oh, you mean here? You said okay. You said, do you think anybody in the world?
No. My bad. I meant
this community.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I meant this.
There's a lot of that happens a lot here. Yeah. Look, I know this is your thing that you like to do this. I'm not mad at that, right? It could be part of it, but these guys are missing a lot, and the reason why they're put into place is specifically to prevent conversations on other topics and to make sure they're put there specifically so you do exactly so you argue about what they're talking about instead of talking about the things that are impacting your life. Instead of things that are impacting,
They're framing the conversation.
That's your philosophy, not my philosophy.
What's allowed in the picture, what's excluded from the picture is what they do. Yeah, so calling, like observing it and saying, "Oh, hold on."
What they're doing right now is Piers Morgan is following the line.
Hold on, Ed.
Yeah, go ahead.
So once you realize there's framing, and then you take your time to point it out, like as in recording a video of you saying, "Hey, that's framed." Here's what they're leaving outside of the picture, as in like, a picture is not real life. It excludes the shit they don't want included. I'm taking a picture of the fireplace. You're not seeing the cobwebs to the left and to the right on the baseboards.
Basically,
so it looks really good.
That's writing on
It looks really good.
I'm saying something.
So it looks really, yeah. The whole idea of you've heard people on social media, they dress up their life. They only talk about positive things, so you don't know that they're fucking like having a shit time in their life. But it always looks positive.
Okay. Right now, we could argue about
it's framing.
Okay,
it's framing. What you're talking about.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what they're trying to.
They're framing.
Yeah, let's look at what
we're saying. We're saying they're framing. Realize they're framing.
Okay, and instead of looking at like the percentage and those things are not irrelevant, right? It's good to expose what they don't know, right, or what they're getting wrong, right? Putting out there, but why are they saying this? Because the frame here, right, is that Nick Fuentes is a racist, right? Yeah, and then they have certain character guidelines that they're trying to teach us that these are the characters in the story, and these are
I
the
said he's
right,
not a
and these
racist.
are and we're supposed to just go over they're not really. Do they really care if it's 20 out of 1, or they're going to go home and they're not worried about getting shot? You know what I mean?
But we care.
Maybe-
You fuck.
Yeah.
We fucking care. Are you not fucking
about
listening,
what?
dude? I'm trying to be
Care
quiet
about
here.
what?
But, like,
Care about what?
they're fucking framing, as was said,
What they're doing is they're trying to establish right now that
and we're subverting it. Not even on purpose. Like, at least for me, not on
the stories
purpose.
that Nick
I'm hearing what I'm
Fuentes is
hearing. I'm
erasing.
questioning what I'm hearing. What is so
So
wrong
why do
about
you
that?
think-
Okay, go ahead.
It's not wrong, but there's something missing. There's elements missing.
What's missing? Please tell me. And it's probably going to come down to our philosophies, Ed. And even though I respect and understand, like I can't say I fully understand, but I respect like your perspective on things of like in regards to politics, right?
Appreciate that.
But but I have a different belief of things. I think I can play Steamboat fucking Willie and fucking critique it to a point where it's like, damn, there's some value here. I feel that way about any of this stuff.
Okay, right now they're.
Hey,
What is
continue that.
Why are they?
Yeah,
why are
bro.
they saying what they're saying now? What the point here is not to argue whether it's 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 100 black people. That's not the thing.
Yes,
here.
yes.
The thing is
For
to
us, we made
lay
it
out
into that. We made it into that. You see that? We made it into that, Ed.
Yeah. Right.
These
because
guys
we don't
weren't
believe
doing
it's
it.
1 out of 20 or
That's
1 out
fine,
of
that's fine.
100.
These guys weren't doing it, but we like pulled it there. Meaning, like if someone, I don't know, because I'm not even thinking strategically. I'm not thinking about like trying to, grab
It's
viewers
simple
by the
fact-
fucking ankle. It's just looking
The simple
at it.
fact
I
that
think they're trying to sell a completely separate story.
Hold
I think,
on, Ed.
I think
No,
these are
I'm
just
not
words that come
selling.
out of their mouth. But yeah.
I'm just hearing what I'm hearing. I did not watch any of this
I
before.
think Nick and Piers are something different. I don't think
Yeah.
they're selling.
Guess what?
The story.
You're
is
now
just,
saying that, Ed. Guess what? You're saying that. You're saying, like, I think Nick is this.
There's a larger,
I think
there's
Nick
a
is that.
larger thing at foot.
What do you think of Nick Fuentes, Ed? Go ahead, say it. What do you think about Nick Fuentes? Think he's full of shit?
I don't.
You don't think he's full?
No, I don't think he's full of shit. No.
Think it's a mixed bag
He's
or
real in
something?
his own way. He's
Okay.
real in, yeah, everybody's a mixed
Guess
bag.
what?
He's real in his own
Now
way, but
you're
the
part
fact
of
that
our
is that
content saying that.
He's not interacting with us directly.
So what?
He is
Okay, Ed.
someone.
Ed,
It's
Ed,
a
Ed,
one-way
Ed.
relationship.
Let's bring it
and
back here.
It's a false relationship.
You just
Okay,
said
Ed,
your own opinion is like irrelevant. Compared, like you just said your opinion out
We're
loud,
talking
right?
about someone. We're talking about a fictional character right now.
But your
we're
opinion-
talking about.
So he's a
these
fictional
people are
character.
fiction.
Got it. See how
We cannot-
see how now that's a heard
as
thing
long-
too? Hear that too?
As long as we are not
New frame I
interacting
have
with them, they're as good as a fictional character in a storybook that we have no.
And now that
interaction with
idea's
the
here
world.
now, Ed, too. Look at that. Thank you for saying
Okay,
so.
Ed.
So what's
Ed.
they're
You
they're as
know-
good as fictional characters, and they're painting a character design of each other and masking with this other stuff that interacts with our world. But the fact of the matter is that the storyline here is that Nick Fuentes is a racist. That's really the whole storyline that they're trying to push right now.
No, hold on.
Everything
hold
you
on.
just said
Ed.
is now a part of this
Oh.
content. Sorry, Dubster, but
Ed,
Yeah.
I gotta ask. Look, Ed, I'm gonna ask you a question. It doesn't even require an answer. It's just to put the thought out there for beyond you and me. It's since we're recording this, we're actually putting an idea ourselves out with this video, and that idea of let's just go to the 1 out of 20 and 1 out of 100 statistics. The simple fact that we doubt that may inspire another human being to actually look into the statistics and be like, look, it's not that simple, or it's more complicated than that, or here's the actual fraction, and it will conclude a completely different way. Because you know how they say, I can make any stat do whatever I want it to do? That whole idea...
rather than arguing statistics, I'd rather actually do something that affects our own personal lives or does something relevant
dude,
to
if you listen to your
what
favorite,
we're actually doing.
fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Listen to your favorite content creator about the fucking stats. We're gonna argue that too. Fuck.
But not today.
Okay.
That's gonna be argued too.
But it's not even about. But Ed, it's not even really about the stats and what is correct.
It really
it's
isn't.
about
It isn't.
question. hold on.
And we're derailing
hold
the
on,
topic.
hold on. It's about questioning things so that people can hear us question things, and maybe it can inspire more questions.
I'm adding a caveat. I'm just being myself. I'm hearing something, and this is my thoughts when I hear something. It's not about trying to get someone to think a certain way or think differently, or like I'm gonna do what I do, and I hope everyone else is doing the same. I expect that as much. Sometimes we troll, right? But whatever.
Right.
I expect people to do the same thing. It's just us.
Have you
being us might actually be the quote unquote
Right.
best strategy on planet Earth. Being authentic, real, honest,
right?
integrity, right? I would hope. Or not.
Let me
Everybody's
also
honest
ask
in
you
their own way.
this.
Yeah, they believe.
Let me also ask you this, Ed. Have
Okay.
you watched some podcast on your own terms, and then
Yes.
with your own thoughts about it, and then whenever you come into our group, this group right here, and you listen to the same podcast with 6 other people thinking and speaking as on the same podcast, the same episode, all of it is the exact same, but with 6 new people's brains in it.
Okay.
Have you ever come away with something different from the fact that we're speaking our minds about the same podcast you watched on your own terms?
It's like your fucking DNA is here in the fucking show itself, you fucking dumb fuck. God damn it, dude. Your DNA is a part of the genome of what we're doing here.
No, really.
That is the point to me. But yeah, God.
Here's a statistic. Less than 1 in 20 minutes of the video is either Nick or Piers.
Yo, look.
All right.
We're 25 minutes in. This video is 2 hours and 6 minutes long right now. Right now. I'm counting it. I'm seeing it right on my screen. 2 hours and 6 minutes. We watched 25 minutes. And by the way, we skipped this entire first part. This is probably like 15 minutes. Exactly.
And
Thank you, Jess, for that.
How long's the recording been going?
We're at 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 44 seconds. Right there. Yeah.
That was way better than theirs.
Yeah, I think now entertainment-wise, I don't think we're better because we're a lot of voices going back and forth and cutting people off and pausing and not. But as far as information or just like curiosity, like we are. I'm sorry, dude.
Consideration and thinking.
Exactly, we're doing that shit, bro. So like, I like this. These guys are essentially a backdrop. They're not the main event actually for my videos. When I do like a 4-hour fucking video, these guys are a backdrop for us to reflect off of. They're not like, oh my god, look what Nick said today. Yeah. It seems more so like we're saying our ideas by hearing them out, just listening to them. I think it's like, okay, that sounds incorrect or that sounds correct. Whatever you come up with. I think hopefully
I
it's
support
real.
this. I don't support that idea, and here's why, and here's how, and this is when, and that's all the who, what, where, whys, when. Those all come out from each thing we stop on.
Yeah. Unless it's like shit talking jokes where I start laughing too much.
I hope they see something interesting. We'll see.
I mean, once again, I think this would happen to. You said you'll watch this instead. I think the same thing would happen. It's just like, okay.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, you should be critical of everything, but especially this shit.
Not especially. No, not especially. To all of everything.
Right. If Jordan put on Batman right now, at least 6 of us would leave.
But I'd win because I got to watch it. I got to watch it, so I won. So yes, you can take your L's in peace.
Well,
either way, good. Arsafa.
Well, apparently a lot of people think that Nick Fuentes is a
savant.
Fed.
Oh, a Fed? Yeah, actually, I went over that before I started this, actually. Of some of the, once again, the political celebrities kind of narrative-wise turning on Nick Fuentes. And it's usually because of Nick's mouth. Pause. Major pause. Because they'll say something slightly critical of Nick, and he just rant on them on his own show. then some fan's gonna make a clip out of it, put it on fucking Twitter or or TikTok or wherever the fuck, and that content creator's gonna hear that shit and they're gonna be like, "Yo, fuck you, Nick. Let me wreck your shit now." That's what happened. It seemed to be what happened. And what
The
happened?
troll paid by the fates. Fits.
Oh. All right. Here we go.
The blue line, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces
right back,
the public
but if I have to
transit.
rewind,
It
you
is
tell me.
these
BRB.
people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial.
New generation sounds a lot like the old generation.
And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. He could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear,
did I miss anything?
I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy. And he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend the anecdote.
Listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't
Absolutely not. Absolutely
So
not.
it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that, but if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine.
You see how the other thing was actually going into ideologically where Nick's coming from versus Piers Morgan, right? And now it's like going too far into the dad stuff, I think, right?
Well, it draws into the. It draws the question of just because I'm famous and I can reference my dad to for my own point of view, sure. But then somebody else needs to make a comment about my dad. Is that fair or not?
I think that's too much in the petty lane of things versus because as Nick said, his dad's not here.
Fair.
Yeah.
Right. Sure, it's fair, but that's my perspective of my dad. It's not really my dad. I get that too.
Yeah.
Because that's Nick's kind of defense.
Yeah. Or it could
Right
actually be
there is
trolling.
like,
Who knows? Right? I can't say I know.
and then you get into the deeper question of like, was he racist or is this like a stereotype? Is this a joke kind of thing within the family? Does it matter? Because none of it fucking matters.
The only thing I could see from that is possibly someone leaning towards like, hey, did you get your ideas from your dad or your mom or whoever?
Right.
Right? That'd be the only.
Right.
Which is where Nick was
If
like
he,
going
like,
towards
meets-
initially, right?
What was it? Alex Jones brought up the whole thing about Obama's secret dad or whatever. Talking about who he is.
What are
sure,
you gay,
in the
son?
sense, what?
What you get?
No, not that guy. The
I
the
know,
American
I'm joking.
CIA, the American CIA agent dad, or whatever the fuck he was. That was a porn star or whatever.
What?
So it was like,
what the fuck stories have you heard before? What the fuck?
What?
Wait, I thought it was the
could fuck
African
up.
Kenyan Muslim dad. I thought that was the idea.
No, no from Alex Jones. He's like, this guy looks just like Obama, and he put up a picture of him next
okay,
to
I know that
Obama.
one. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so all of that is like, and that's implying this is why Obama's so crooked and got into power, is because this dude had power himself.
Fair enough.
So it's like, sure, there's points of relevance, and then there's points of, I still don't really give a fuck. I don't even remember dude's name.
Well, it's that like there has to be some sort of substance for why is someone behaving the way they're behaving right now. Whether it's whatever it is, it could be money passed down, right? It could be inheritance, right? Maybe your dad died or your mom died, and they left a shit ton of money behind, and now you built this career out of this, right? Like all of it, yeah, that's worthy, especially when, let's be honest, the actual kind of quiet core goal of all this stuff, from what these guys are claiming to do, right? Or anyone, the idea is we're trying to make the world a better place based on their version of the world, right? So that means everything's at play at that point, right? Every little thing's at play, I would think.
And also, wouldn't you also expect defense from a son? You talking about his father?
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly.
To a level, unless he hated his dad worse than you do.
I mean, no, that makes sense as well, but it could be like, it's like try to read that too. Like, is it someone using that as an excuse to not bring up their dad that taught them everything they know, right? As far as these ideas, right? as far as like maybe where Piers Morgan's going, and Nick Fuentes is thinking that Piers Morgan's going. If he learned everything from his dad, it is actually kind of worthy. And Nick, if he was like full of shit, right, he could use the excuse of like, well, that's my dad, leave me alone, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, the dad might have actually had a hand in why you are the way you are. So that's very worthy on it.
If I was talking to David Rockefeller about John D. Rockefeller,
exactly,
pretty sure he'd have some kind things to say about John D. Rockefeller, while like all the history people that study John D. Rockefeller and think he's bad would obviously go the other way.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And it'd be a Piers Morgan versus Nick Fuentes situation again.
I mean, I would think it'd be quite unfortunate if he cared so much about his dad without hearing about these other ideas. That'd be, for me personally, a little bit more delicate, but still, I understand the questions. That would make sense to me.
Why is Piers Morgan even like interested in United States stuff? Isn't he from England? Like, why is he like so curious about?
Hey,
I think he
Nick,
sees the
content.
Hello. US is
That's
our
it.
capital. USA is the capital of England and Denmark and Germany and France. We all have to pay attention to what is going on in capital wasteland.
There's many reasons.
Some people say it's the other way
why
around. Honestly, theories.
Yeah,
There's
but it is
many reasons why Piers Morgan
partially.
cares about America.
I think he cares about Nick
So
Fuentes
why
in
isn't
this
Nick
scenario.
on? Why isn't Nick on Australia, or why isn't he on those other like
I
Didn't
think-
I just say? Didn't I just say U.S.
India?
is our capital the wasteland?
I understand
Yeah,
that, but
he-
I don't
he-
even
he-
think it's about
He
that.
should be in other places too. Then he should be in other places too. Then, but it's.
I think Piers cares about
I
Nick
am.
Fuentes in particular because he's like.
But I don't.
Oh,
I
God.
don't dare close
Skyrocketing.
both eyes to. I never dare close both my eyes to what you Yanks are doing.
I think Piers is partially curious, like, how the fuck did this guy with these ideas make it this far? Even though he's once again he's he's as mainstream as it gets, right? He has bosses narrative wise.
Nick is not elected to anything. Who is Nick? He's not elected to anything, right? Do we have
culturally? He has a corner of the internet. He does.
According
do
to
you
who?
deny that?
We don't even know elected officials from London. I can't even name
Not elected officials.
maybe the Prime
Corner of
Minister,
the internet.
Maybe I can't name a single one, right?
Nick Fuentes.
But I can't name who the leader of the parliament is. But you know what I mean. And out of all the people that Piers Morgan could be interested, he's interested in Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes does have.
What has he accomplished? Who is this guy?
He has a corner of the internet, Ed. Do you deny that or no?
The corner of no, because of his numbers have been pumped up, because he has
it's
a lot
all
of
bots?
viewers. It's fake. It's
think
not
it's all
all bots,
bots?
but it's enough.
What's your
it's
proof of
all
that?
it seems contrived.
Okay, make
It
your
doesn't
case for
seem
that. Make your case
authentic.
for that. Make your case for that then, because I
Like I said,
don't know.
what has achieved. Has he been elected to anything? Why do I
he's
know
been
a single
he's been
person-
attached to official.
I can't
offices.
name a single person who's elected in London's government, right? But this side character in the MAGA movement is getting this level of attention when he's not achieved
London,
anything
eh?
or
Do
been elected to anything.
Piers
Who is this
Morgan.
guy?
Piers Morgan
He gets
is
a lot of views. It
Here-
doesn't. Man, this is ridiculous.
Piers Morgan is mostly
Ed.
American politics. Let's be honest about that. Mostly what he covers and his debate panels are mostly American politics. to be
Why
honest
would
with you.
even? But it's
Yeah.
it's weird for someone international. Like it's like me saying, you know what? Fuck all
He's a
the
fucking TV
anybody that
host,
could
dude.
cover from. Fuck anybody who could cover who's actually elected to office in London or anything like that. I'm gonna take a side niche character inside of a certain movement in the country and
But that's the
focus on
thing,
that.
Ed. That's
Which
the thing,
It's
Ed.
weird when they do it here.
entire
They do the
world.
same thing here. It's
Which
weird.
People are
What-
thinking
what
that
if-
this
what
guy
is-
is moving beyond niche. That's why I think Pierce is doing what he's doing. That
Who's
makes sense.
which guys?
What's
Which
going
guys?
on
You said
in-
a corner of the internet.
The
What corner of the
audience.
internet?
Seemingly an audience.
Fucking little Groiper audience.
What is going
say
on
Groiper,
in
just-
popular circles?
It's being
in-
way magnified out of reality. It's not reality.
What is going on in popular circles in USA affects the entire world like you wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, the U.S. also
What-
just has a ridiculously outsized impact on the rest.
Here's
of the
Morgan.
world.
Well, I'm glad you
I-
actually.
Has internet
Arthur,
shit.
I actually.
You see-
Nick
okay.
Fuentes has internet
Well,
shit.
Arthur,
He sees
are
him
you
grabbing
saying
up
that,
the internet. How are we not?
Are you saying
figuring
that you
this
might
out?
expect to see? It wouldn't be abnormal for you to see RSFO on the cover of a newspaper. You said you're from England or something. Where are you from again?
What? I'm from Denmark.
Oh, Denmark.
Denmark is a vassal
would you-
state.
Would Denmark
USA.
actually have? Would Denmark actually have Nick Fuentes actually on their news channels
No.
and stuff?
I don't watch the Danish news.
There's very possibly
Okay.
the case.
There's no
Yeah.
point in watching the Danish news.
Not mainstream
If you
news,
really want to know,
but
if
the
you
Is
really
that
internet.
want to
normal
know what's
for-
going on
Hold on,
the internet,
hold on, man. Have you, Ed? Have you ever
basically a
heard
waste
of
of
a
time.
Ed? Have you ever heard of a movement that started that wasn't involved with a politician currently in power?
Yeah,
Tea Party.
there's a lot of them.
So there's Nick Fuentes' importance. He has a movement. He's not in power,
I
but
just,
he has a
I'm sorry,
movement
I
that
just want
could
to finish
take
with
off.
something. I want to finish with RSO for a second. RSO. So you said you don't watch. Would you say that's normal for people in
I
Denmark
think
not to watch
forcing
Denmark
reality.
news?
There's another one.
no,
Is that
I'm
normal?
afraid. Actually, I would give you a lecture about it, but I do not want to derail the topic too much. But I could
Okay.
give you a, I don't know if you'll allow me to.
Instead of getting you to
speak.
focus. Oh, okay. Yeah, please. I'm interested.
Okay, I'll tell you a tale. This is a story a few years back when John Cleese was on BBC, and he was
John
about
Cleese,
to leave
okay.
England over he said he made the the case that was because the media was so bad. And he showed the UK was still part of the EU at this time, and he showed the statistics to the journalists interviewing him from every year on the people's distrust in the media. And you know what? It was the highest distrust in the media was in England, and you know where the highest trust in the media was? Scandinavia. And you think it's bad that there's a high distrust in the media and good there's high trust in the media? I think it's the other way around. And I think it's healthy to see that the English people distrust the media more than anybody in Europe, Western Europe. And Scandinavians, they are just naive as hell. That's what I think those statistics mean. Do you get my point?
For me,
The
right?
high
Like,
trust in the
I could
media
see
means they
both
are.
sides working out. I could see both sides, like people here trust the Toyota car because it's been pretty reliable, right? So
Yeah, but
it's good and bad. But I agree with you in a way. But it could be good or bad. But the thing is that here, right, is very interesting to me because you're from Denmark, and instead of paying attention to news about your own life, you're watching these guys.
It is about my life. What you're doing is about my life.
Okay.
US has impact on Europe because NATO, EU, it's a vassal empire to US empire. Either you understand it or you don't. So it's not only US, of course, I pay attention to. I also pay a lot of attention to what's going on in Germany and UK because those large countries also have a lot of impact on me. Also look at what's going on in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark sometimes, if there's even anything going on at all that's worth paying attention to. Not much,
Okay.
I'm afraid.
So there's other people who's making like real moves, like ambassadors or people, like people who are actually running these media cartels, things like that, right? These guys are just the actors they put in place to, make sure the narrative doesn't go outside of certain like frameworks and realms. But there's other people who are really like determining what's going on and have a lot more, relevance and,
Well, yeah.
Define relevance.
for your own life.
Think about
Everything's
this, Ed.
important to my own life. Whatever I get my fucking.
If these guys say 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 100 black people is committing crime,
Yes, it's fucking important to my life, Ed. It is actually important to my life.
Want to live in a black neighborhood? Get the fuck. Who gives a fuck, man? Go live in a white neighborhood.
I can't not care, Ed. Forgive me.
Hold on, man.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen the wisdom of not caring about things, but I care about every little thing, dude. I do. Every little fucking thing. If a spider walks in front of my fucking feet, I care about it. Sorry, Ed. I'll turn my brain off in other areas.
Ed.
But forgive me, ignorance is bliss, apparently. I'll do that. Sorry,
Ed,
Dubster. Go ahead.
you care about
ignorance about Nick Fuentes not knowing that he doesn't want to live next to black people. Who gives? He's a celeb.
I care about a spider walking in front of my fucking feet.
What's the implication?
That's
that
me.
Other his groypers are not going to want to live next to black people. What are the implications of the fact that Nick Fuentes doesn't want to live next to black people? Like, why is that important? Like, how is that relevant to the U.S.-Europe relations? How is this relevant to?
I have different beliefs about the world, Ed. Ed, I have different beliefs about the world. It is what it is. I care about everything. Forgive me. But do your thing, man. Go ahead, Dubster, or whoever.
You cannot be everywhere.
No. You can care about everything without being there. Yes, you can.
So we have a limited time in our lives, and what we're going to spend our time talking about is whether Nick Fuentes wants to live next to black people or not. Okay.
Is that what you think we're...
Ed.
Fuck it. Okay, you got it. Ignorance is bliss. Got it.
Hold on. Ed, I bet you care about things you don't even know about.
That's true.
And I'll give you a good example.
Like breathing.
Well, let's say there's something that you do know a decent amount about. You know that there's a Congress and there's a Senate and there's 435 Congress members and there's 100 senators. And you know the moves they make, but could you name 10 of the secretaries for each of the congressmen? But can all 538 have secretaries? Could those secretaries go and talk to anyone else in the government at the behest of their congressman that's in charge of them? So that's 538 people that are in the background that you don't know what the fuck they're doing. but they're working as if they are the second in command to each of these congressmen and senators. They're making moves without you even knowing a decent amount of their names. If you know maybe a few of their names.
These people are much more
So
relevant than this Nick Fuentes character.
You care about the stuff that you don't even know about, as we all do.
Okay.
As in the possibility of it.
Right. I don't have infinite bandwidth, but those people would be much more interesting and much more relevant than whatever this shit is.
Not by my motives, but fair enough. I enjoy my ignorance, Ed. Apparently. Ignorance is bliss, bro. That steak tastes awesome.
It's if I don't know, we can listen to. Let's hear what other. Okay.
don't melodrama out, bro.
Nick Fuentes doesn't want the next black people. Okay, whatever. Let's see what else he has to say. Okay.
Bro, don't melodrama out. Make your fucking points. People are questioning you. Make your fucking points. Move on from there.
It's a fake narrative meant to distract you from your own what's impacting your own lives.
Okay.
What they're talking about is not relevant for us.
Okay.
If Nick Fuentes moved to my neighborhood, then it might become relevant, but he's not here, so fuck him.
Oh, he's not in your neighborhood. Oh, shit.
Piers Morgan is not even from the United States. It's fucking weird.
Trump's not from your neighborhood, or
Piers Morgan's not even from this country. What the fuck is this shit?
Does Donald Trump have an impact on your life, Ed? According to what you're saying, life is
Not
about.
that much, really. It's the community. I support Trump not because of Trump, but because of the Trump community that's here in New York. That's helping me with the work that I'm doing.
Okay, George W. Bush from fucking Texas. What about that?
See, you venture in populist circles. So do I. I'm venturing in your populist circles. Because they have enormous impact on imperial politics by proxy.
You're right.
And that affects Europe.
I think psychology has the bigger impact than politics.
Well, it is psychology. You're studying propaganda. That's studying a branch of psychology.
Very much so. Or even our counter psychologies to that, right? Wherever we came from, right? Our environments, our genealogy, whatever decides what our choices are, our thoughts are. That's also very much important, right?
Right. Your response to it's important too.
Oh shit! Look at that! Look at that!
All right.
Anyways, let's move on with our ignorance. Here's more Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan. Here we go. By the way, I'm playing Jimmy Dore next. All right, here we go.
Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions.
I love you, man.
About whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as
it's like watching two dudes freaking.
Let's talk about race.
Freaking sword fencing. It's like watching two dudes sword fencing.
We are actually in gossip territory right there. I'm ready to find like an actual topic.
Go ahead. Sword fencing, freaking competition between two dudes.
Ed, I swear to God, there's a point to all this. Once again, I can watch Steamboat fucking Willie, and I can do some shit with that. I mean, I believe me, but I can. People have seen that. I hope people have seen that before. But either way,
Are you talking about Popeye? Is that Steamboat Willie?
That's Mickey's first iteration of Mickey Mouse.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm just like I can watch art. I can watch gaming, movies, TV, and like, yo, what the fuck is this? I can do that.
No, I can think of 3 things, like off the top of my head. Steamboat Willie. Now that you said it was Mickey, yeah, there's some shit in there.
It was a kind of joke. All I remember is whistling and
there's some dark shit in fucking Steamboat. No, there's some dark shit in there. Subliminal messages and shit.
Okay, I guess we're going back to black versus white crime statistics. Let's hear it out. Here we go.
Similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on, and I would add to that.
Wait.
You know, I
wait.
Perpetrated that evil extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on, and I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the
perpetrated
neck.
by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white people don't do this. So my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people
of
don't do
course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate
I've had this whole thing
about
with Hunter
racism
about
by
this shit, bro.
openly conceding you are a racist,
What do the people
I could
know?
read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Look at that face right there.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage.
you don't like...
I think there's a perception thing there because at least in my neighborhood, I can walk down the street and be like, hey man, how you doing? And this guy will say, I'm me, and keep it moving. Right? But they may, no offense, just different culture of things might view that as someone being rude to you. I viewed it as like, I like that. Personally.
There is the obvious. Nick does focus. Yes. There's plenty of white people I know that are fucking meth addicts that will fucking rob you in front of your face and help you find your fucking money.
That's different. That's not culture. That's crime. That's different, right?
It's an individual.
Exactly. But those individuals know they're doing dirt, as far as like the law is concerned, right? They know they're okay. I'm committing a crime right now, right? They know they're doing that, right? Straight up.
Right.
That's different than someone that talks different or walks different or whatever the fuck. Which to me would be a scary sign if we start almost deeming that as criminal behavior.
They walk different. They talk different. As a white person looking at this other white person, I'm looking at him as, yeah, I know you. I know you're a fucking meth addict. I know you fucking spend all day looking for meth, and you will do anything to fucking get meth. And I'm looking at you because I know you, and I know you're a fucking junkie, and I know you will rob me if I turn around whenever you're in my presence. I'm fucking avoiding you just like I would anybody else that I'm stereotypically racist against.
Well, personally, I don't know about you, but I view like someone on drug, like that's different than, I'm
kick
your
still
door and steal
stereotyping
your TV for drugs, right? That's different to me versus someone that just like they have access to it.
I'm saying like
become addicted. That's different to me. It's not really a criminal to me.
Well, no. I mean, I could name. I couldn't name all of them, but I could say I know 100 fucking thieves.
And yes,
of
don't
all
name
colors.
them, please. Do not name
Right,
them,
right.
please. Yeah, good.
And they're of all races, and I am stereotyping the shit out of them all in like patterns and like how I move around them and what I fucking do when I'm in their presence. Because it's homeless shelter shit. Like tons of fucking homeless people are common day criminals, all day, every day. Not all of them, and it is stereotyping. But like that's just part of being in your own presence is realizing what the fuck's happening around you.
I think we all know motherfuckers that are like I would be like, oh, they have a good heart, but if shit gets bad for them, they might do something.
$5.
Yeah,
Yeah, they will fucking stab you in your sleep for $5 if they know you got 9.
Well, okay, metaphorical stab. I meant like
No,
like people with good
no,
hearts.
I mean like
someone with a good heart, but like
literally,
they'll do some shit to get by. It
no,
is what
like
it is.
I make sure motherfuckers don't know where I fucking lay my head down as a homeless person because I know these fuckers would either themselves do it or send somebody to do it and fucking try and rob me in my sleep. Maybe kill me to fucking get whatever change I have on me.
Fair enough, but I would put them in different categories. Like, well, it's person by person. Like, I'm sure, like,
Right.
don't obviously you're not going to say, but like, I'm sure you have like names in your
No,
mind
and
of
they're
like
of all colors.
this person, this
Yeah.
person, this person. I can't trust him.
Right.
This guy, he's all right. I could talk to him or whatever the fuck, or I could be around him. It is individual by individual, like no matter what. It's usually for the quote unquote mainstream talkers to use like kind of broad terms of like we heard, right? Neighborhoods to
right.
I mean, well, race is like I think even going too far in today's world for regular people.
Well, it's
Probably
not.
going
You're
too far,
right.
but
It's not even
more so
racism. It's
neighborhoods.
It's analyzing each individual in front of you and being like, okay, this dude's this way and this dude's that way, or this girl's this way and that girl's that way.
Yeah.
Because it's girls too. It's girls too.
Oh yes.
What
Oh
I'm
yeah.
referring to in this.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, it actually is like. Now, I personally have a principle of doing that. Period. So that's why. Like I can't say like someone who's just like just naturally doing things where it's like they just naturally develop like okay, individuals. It's Bob or it's Tammy or it's this person or that person, right? Versus me where well, initially I was kind of like that, but then after a period of time, when I really started like intellectually isolating that ideas, like what do I fucking think about the world? After that point, I've started to be like, okay, my principle is to do this way, even if it puts me in danger, which can be kind of scary-ish, but ultimately fair, and I think for me at least real.
And at the same time, I've never like from the people I interact with, I've never walked away from the places I had to go because I was like, you're not gonna scare me away from feeding myself.
Well,
for example,
sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
but stereotypically, I'll cross the street if I see a black guy coming down the sidewalk at 2 a.m. Hell yeah, I will.
There it is, folks.
Not in his silhouette, I can't tell him nothing about him except for he's a black guy. I will cross the street.
There it is, folks.
If
He is Matt Hunter. There it is, folks.
I'm confused. How is that possible in USA?
Black people do the same shit. Black on black crime, bro.
He's officially Matt Hunter. Officially.
How's that possible in USA?
Point being, I'm judging everything in front of me.
No, I get that.
But I just find it funny. It's that's possible in USA, but not in Copenhagen. I mean, you should see my town.
You say
I
Copenhagen?
basically live in Somalia. If I had to cross the streets every time there's a black guy, well,
I have no idea.
On both sides,
I'm stupid, so I forced myself into things, and then it became natural.
Right.
I reconditioned myself to like move a certain way versus like it wasn't black or white. It's more so like, I know where I'm at. I know what neighborhood I'm in. I can see clothing styles. I can see I'm sorry, like it is what it is. And you might know to be like, all right, let me like keep my eyes like buggied open to see what the fuck's about to happen right now. At first, it was maybe somewhat forced, but once it became like an actual man, like an actual Jordan about things, there's no flinching for me, and I just got used. Like, yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, let me describe this. There is one of the guys at the like in the circle of soup kitchens. He is decently fat. He's
Okay.
really short. If anybody wanted to like seriously fuck him up, he'd be fucked up in 5 minutes. But he is so aggressive. He actually wins most of the time when he gets in fights because people don't like want to go there. Yeah, and he's fully methed out, and he will like you say hi to him the wrong way, he's ready to fight. To the point where it's like everybody that's like doesn't deal.
I know that
doesn't deal
conditioning too, man. I know that shit.
Right, but the people that don't deal with him in the sense of avoid his world, just like, fuck it, dude. It's not worth fucking any fucking communication with this guy. So why would I fucking put myself in that scenario of talking to him? I'll just, he wants to talk, I'll just excuse myself politely from every conversation he has. Because there is no, like, intellectual advantage to communicating with him. It is just a potential to be in a fight. Why would I do that?
These motherfuckers. Yeah. No, I get that. But hey, man, how you doing?
I mean, if it was straight up, if it was straight up, declare you want to fight, and I'm like, oh, we really doing this? Okay, yeah, I want to fight.
There's no way
Get the
around
fuck out of him.
If there's no way around
But if he like amps up, it would fucking throw me off, and he'd win because he just goes that full fucking, what do you call it? Saiyan? What's the fucking cartoon?
Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan? Yeah, he goes that fucking method. Like, just loses his fucking shit. And you're like, this fat fuck could never win a real fucking fight, but he's so aggressive, he actually wins the fights.
Almost like he had the philosopher's death. It's like, I already died before I died. So thus, death is not it's a thing, but it's not like a thing.
Right.
Where it's like, oh my god, I'm so worried about dying. Like, some people minds go to different places, man. Straight up. A lot of night crawlers are not like that. They're like, you know. All right. I swear to God, YouTube, I want to watch more of this video. We are 48 minutes in. I skipped a lot. Let's keep playing. Here we go. There's some real life for you. Here we go.
You don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
Their first words proves Ed's point.
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
You don't like black people, do you?
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you ahead of me.
Turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very clever.
what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem?
My TV shit
he's
was
He's your friend.
Piers.
He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because
That will
Ye,
defend
if you've
Ye
ever met
before
him in
me.
real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
okay.
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye.
Who are they talking about?
He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite.
Oh my God, the layup.
Here.
Okay.
I'm going to come back about.
Okay, so PR-wise, he just handed Nick like his fans have now turned their brains off. They're like, you know what? Yeah. Piers Morgan, full shit. At that moment, right there.
Yeah,
like exactly
this is
that
the
moment.
This is the moment where they go.
Where they go? Oh yeah. I thought there was more to that. I thought you were like there. That's when they went. Gay kid in Chicago. But I think he meant actually like leave, right? They just leave. They won't leave. Nick fans will not leave. It is what it is. They will stick around for that. But all right, here we go.
Talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios' biggest critique in Celebrate, powered by his guild members voting on real stories.
Oh my God, Dubster. Do you see that?
Who
that is
said
Angel
thank
Studios,
God
bro.
about you?
That's them, dude. It's actually them.
Who typed "Thank you, Dr. Fauci"? Should be sent straight into re-education camp. Something.
I think it's actually criticizing him, probably, right?
Hopefully.
Uncovered the truth behind COVID-19 and thank you, Dr. Fauci. Visit.
Sorry.
It sounds like sarcasm, I think, actually. And
Well, I'm autistic, so.
The Chosen, bro. Angel Studios. They have Piers fucking. Why Piers Morgan? Why would you do that?
I don't know.
They actually had some like.
That scares me, actually. That scares me, actually.
They've had some solid content, actually. Like on the art side of things, not news and shit. I don't know their news stuff, but like. On the art side of things, they've had some decent content. Why the fuck Piers Morgan for? Why would you do that? Whatever. Okay, skipping this. There we go.
Find out
Skip.
Anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans.
See, what Nick would have to say is like, but not those Christians and not those Europeans. He'd have to say that, right? Like to be like factual about things. Well, yeah.
What do you mean?
He says there's a organized Jewry and Christians, right? But meanwhile, like Nick would have to say, like, but not those Christians, aka like the Mike Huckabees, the evangelical style things, right?
Oh, because
the John
they're on
Hagees, the fucking Kenneth
because
Copelands, Pat Robertsons of the world.
Exactly.
Because they're on the side of the organized Jewry.
Well, maybe he would put it that way, or maybe you would put it that way, but sure, I guess. Same with Europe, right? There's definitely people there, in not the not a small amount either that have a significant political portion that would support
Well,
Israel no matter what,
There's
right?
a phrase for these people by the Talmud. They're
my
called
God,
good.
the Talmud. Why are you going there? When I'm bringing up like
They're called
modern
they're
political
called-
people, right?
I'm talking about them. They're called good goyim.
Is that what Mike
they are
Hucklebee's
still-
doing? Is that what Charlie Kirk was
What-
doing?
what-
It's like, what are these like?
What the Talmud says about good goyim is they still deserve death.
But they would be called Christians, right? In their own names, at least.
They call themselves Christians.
Okay, but don't you think it's fair for someone to make a distinction, like Nick Fuentes, be like, okay, I'm this way. This guy, he calls himself Christian, but he's actually this, right? Wouldn't that be like a thing to do in those scenarios? Right?
It would fit. Sure, it would fit. Sure.
Actually, it's almost necessary so that you don't end up like, quote unquote, harming this guy's a real Christian, but he doesn't even know. Versus like someone who's they're a fake Christian that believes this, right? You should make those like actual distinctions for the sake of like protection, right? Just like I look down when I walk, so I don't fucking step on a spider, right? You do like a lot better.
Well,
than what he's saying.
I'm saying there's an even older word for them. It's called good goyim.
Well, okay, fair enough. Call them that. Either way, make the actual distinctions and let that be known. Other than like just strictly like entertaining your audience, right? Which is lame as fuck, honestly. Especially if Christ is King, that's very lame to do, in my humble opinion. Just try to entertain people. But okay, back up a little bit. Here's more of Nicky Boy. Here we go.
The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians. Organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
Raising the
When you say you have this
That's from
opposition
New
to
Age.
world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that
26.
square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
26 million.
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Yeah. All right, that's funny.
We're at a stalemate.
No, it's not a stalemate. Nick is losing that one. You're losing that argument. Well, do you have a problem with it? It's like, what do you mean by it? Do you have a problem with those words? What do you mean by it? That Piers is winning that one. Like on the surface. Narrative-wise, he's winning that one. All right, here we go. Let's watch Nick slither. Here we go.
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry.
Nick, what do you mean by it?
Exactly.
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States or Europe or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And
there's people
world
that don't do
Jewry
that,
has
Nick.
representatives.
Gotta work.
There is such a thing as the World Jewish
I hate to
Congress,
admit, I think
where
he
they actually
expressed himself,
elect. It's
very
democratic. All the
What was that? I think Nick's struggling right now, right? He's trying to scramble
I
to
think
make it make sense.
he's winning. I think he's fucking winning.
Yeah, you can think that all you want, but he's struggling to make sense of this. But go ahead, anyone.
Oh, it makes 100% sense.
RSFO, what are you saying?
I agree with Dubster actually on this one.
You agree with Dubster? Okay, fair enough. But I see a
Tell us,
child
Noah.
scrambling. Oh well, there's like there's 50 million, and like
It's 26
I see
million
a
or
scramble.
more.
I see a scramble here, not an actual assessment of things. That's what I say. I see someone intellectually scrambling around. Meanwhile, like, actually, like, the thing that Piers Morgan or anyone could have done the entire time, which is like, what do you mean by that? Go ahead. What do you mean by that? And it's like, well, like, no, and then the Rock did the people's elbow, and then
I expect that Nick, he will twist it to his own narrative.
oh, okay.
But that's a different story.
Oh, that's fair enough. Fair enough. But like your assessment of like
Because he
how
does that.
people. Okay, so if you say like there's people that believe this idea, right? You would want to you would want to assess how they got there to make it make sense, right? For regular people,
I hate to say that he does sadly have a point, and that there's
what point does he have?
PI attempt. There's a PI attempt by certain forces to make all Jews part of the same tribe.
Oh no! I agree with that. I agree with that.
Not all Jews.
That I agree with.
Not all Jews decided. There's a lot of Jews who want nothing to do with Israel, and that has nothing to do with them.
No. He didn't put it in terms of Israel. He didn't do that. If you mean Israel, he didn't mean that.
Because Nick Fuentes, he is unironically anti-Semitic.
Well, okay. I was kind of asking.
So he makes it, it's about the Jews.
Okay.
He makes a very easy case. He say it's the Jews. Okay.
Oh, fair enough.
Whenever he plays into the same trap, people say that no anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. He says, okay, we are anti-Semitic. Okay.
Which is exactly what Netanyahu wants to be the thing, right? If you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Like they want that narrative to be out there.
I think I already heard that the Nick Fuentes is financed by Israel, partially.
I've heard some ideas. I've heard some ideas. I can't say I know them, but I've heard the ideas in regards to, like his response to Charlie Kirk, his response to fucking hell. There's another thing that he had a point towards. People were saying like, "Oh, this guy's fucking paid by Israel," essentially. I forgot that one. Tucker kind of implied some things, right? Of like, this guy's here to make us look bad by saying, quote unquote, saying our ideas, but like adding these other contexts that don't actually. It just sounds like a, for lack of a better term, hater rather than like an actual critical thinker about things. Right?
How does that work? He's been saying it longer than Tucker has.
True. Nope, I agree with that.
Yeah, how does that work?
Well, I think the idea. Oh, good.
It was to trap a certain section of the far right.
Well.
Into that narrative.
Oh, fair enough. But before Tucker had the interview with Nick Fuentes, right? And even before Candace had the interview with Nick Fuentes, they were saying that this guy was taking it from questions about Israel to questions about Jewish people in general. And that's why they were like, okay, this guy's here to subvert what we're actually doing, which is questioning why we're giving all this money, all this,
But
all
he's
these
been
bombs.
doing that. He's been doing that before Tucker would even talk about Israel.
Yes, but the stereotype was the idea of like, oh my God, this he's strictly about Jewish people versus Israel itself. that was the narrative. Not saying it's correct, Dubster. I'm just saying like that was the idea that was thrown out there, right?
Well, hold on. There's people older than Nick Fuentes saying it too, like David Duke, and then you can go back into history. Benjamin Friedman. You can go back to what the fuck's a Pulitzer Prize winner? I used to always fucking say.
Back to Dubster.
Who?
What?
I didn't hear Jesse at all, honestly. That didn't help either.
Orson Welles.
Orson Welles? I never heard that about Orson Welles. Okay, fair enough.
Maybe I got the wrong name then.
But I've heard plenty of people.
It's somebody from the 1920s. He was Pulitzer Prize winner.
Well, let me say my own life experience, at least like on the internet, politically, I guess, on the internet. I heard plenty of questions about like the state of Israel, their fucking actions, their entanglement with the U.S. government. I've heard of all these fucking stories before in the past. But Nick, and once again, I left room to consider the idea for sure. Like Nick, or sorry to Amy, she's not here, but like sorry to her. But either way, it's like I've heard the idea, like international Jewry as like a mafia almost, if that makes sense, right?
Well,
I've heard Meyer Lansky.
That's the same terminology she used, bro. Organized Jewry, the same exact.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
but like
Well,
that. Hold on. To be fair to her, hold on, real quick. Let me be fair to her because the idea was in terms of like the Meyer Lansky's, like that's an actual gangster. He was Jewish, and he had his own like fucking crew. There was the fucking the California and Vegas dude. What's his fucking? I forgot his fucking name. Meyer Lansky was New York, I believe, right? East Coast, and then into Vegas. There was an LA dude, like the idea of like a mafia type of thing happening, and it actually played a role in regards to the actual country called Israel. The Rothschilds as well, as far as like their banking fucking empire, right? That made sense to me as far as like those are worthy discussions.
Bro, I was saying
But
the
Nick
expression. The expression was the same expression, and that she used a while ago. And I was saying that was interesting because, I mean,
well, it's actually a baby term for what Hitler would say, which was international Jewry. Organized Jewry is just the way to. It's the new phrase to make you not think Hitler. Whenever you say it.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, you still think Hitler, but yeah.
I don't know enough about
Well,
fucking
that's
Hitler.
That's
but
why
like, shouldn't you clarify that?
Tell you.
Well, I'm saying like, shouldn't people like clarify that a little bit harder, as far as like what they mean by these things? Because like Nick doesn't go like put the extra effort out to like showcase like I don't mean all of it. I mean something different, right? I don't mean fucking Meyer Lansky's
I don't think
and
he wants to
Rothschilds.
clarify it.
Well, I'm just saying like why wasn't that? Why wouldn't you do that? Right? That would make more sense because let's be honest, like as far as like statistics in America at least, it seems like quote unquote Jewish people, right? Once again, they're individuals, but like as far as like number things based, they vote a lot more anti-Zionist than pro-Zionist, seemingly.
Well,
as far as certain numbers go, but yeah, God.
So part of the distinction is like you're right. Not all Jews agree.
But it's never said
idea.
though. It's never said though. It's never. It feels like it's never said. It's almost like a thing.
But Nick does say, "I don't mean all Jews, and I don't hate any Jew." He defended like that.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
But
he was asked though.
The idea of organized Jewry, world Jewry, international Jewry, these phrases, they imply a big, like, connected group around the world that link up, and they want to make it so that we're the powerhouse of something, and they imply like.
That's the weirdness of it, because that probably is a thing.
Hold on. It doesn't require all Jews to agree on it, and they can utilize the ideas of non-Jews and like ride their coattails kind of idea to have like a backup secret plan of once they establish this, we'll get a percentage of that like it's a corporation. So then we can ride the wave of the climb of that corporation's overall stock, and then we can get out whenever they start going down, and we're still gaining wealth and not taking losses, and then we're still winning in the end, and it's
see what you're
still a
saying?
group of happen to be Jews that are thinking like this in the name of
Yes.
the religion called Judaism.
That is exactly what I'm fucking saying, bro. That's my at the same time, like you can't take your eye off the idea that these guys will use this narrative or genealogy or religion or whatever the fuck they want to use for the sake of their own benefit. I think there's plenty of motherfuckers like that exist that will use that name to say, yeah, I'm Jewish. They'll use that fucking thing for the sake of their own benefit. That is, to me, 100% like on the tape, like blatantly, I think happening, actually.
The way I just heard Dubster, and you can completely correct me if I'm wrong, because I hope like it made the way I was hearing you say that made it sound like everybody's complicit.
Well, no,
I thought you were saying like
there's
specific.
There's Jews that absolutely want no part of this, is my guess.
Right.
And it's totally guess. It could be every single Jew on planet Earth are in agreement to this, and they secretly hate everyone that's not Jewish. But I don't know that for a fact. How could I fucking know that?
I was not invited to the party. Just FYI, I'm not in that club.
Sure you were.
Well, you're trash. We know why.
Well,
you're
Dobster,
trash.
you
It's okay.
probably doubt that would be true.
On the surface,
I don't know one way or another.
Well,
no, but the
can't say I know
tendency
either,
in
but, like,
USA,
that sounds very doubtful.
The tendency is in USA is that which has the largest Jewish population outside Israel, is that they are disassociating themselves from Israel more and more than ever before.
They are some of the originators of calling out Israel and the ADL and all this shit. At least in New York, at least, right? There's typically, I would think, like, there's a lot of like originators of people like, yo, we want nothing to do with these fucking idiots over there. We want nothing to do with that shit over there. So
yes, in all areas, not just New York. Yes, there's opposing.
Yeah. I'm just more notorious New York. I know more about, but yeah.
I mean, whatever, bro.
Fuck you.
Like whatever.
Right.
Yeah, we're the best. Yeah, you
gotta
Alaska and New York.
You gotta also consider there's a whole bunch of thought to the Old Testament, Torah, that I'm guessing a certain amount of Christians or
people view
Jews.
It as political. That's probably like.
Hold on, man. Hold on. There is probably plenty of them that consider 10 Commandments the top rules, while the Talmud says opposite to some of that. And there's got to be disagreements within.
I don't think
about how do we follow this?
I don't think it's the Talmud, bro. I think it's political.
What? Jews also some are religious and a lot of them are secular. That means the word Jew is also, whether you like it or not, an ethnic group, or more than one ethnic group. So
right.
I bet that millions of them in USA are not Jews by religion, but only by ethnic group.
That's definitely how I view it. I don't fucking believe the Torah fucking shit, whatever. I don't know. I'm not like a religious Jew. I'm very much a secular Jew, and I don't really. I also don't really view it as a race because I'm fucking white. But yeah, it's more of a cultural heritage for me than
It's not a fucking race.
This is why I've
It
always
is a
found the
culture.
idea of an ethnic Jew a little bit silly. It's like, think of it this way. If I decided tomorrow I wanted to convert to Judaism, and I go through the whole process, and I'm fucking wearing the yarmulke, I'm going to synagogue every week or whenever, does that make me any less Jewish than maybe, let me pick somebody out of the air, Josh's dad?
Well, the thing is,
Would I be any less Jewish than him?
You can't just you can't just let's use a different person as an example for one, and second, you can't like becoming a Jew. It's actually a fucking hard process unless you're born
No,
into
I
it.
know.
Unless
That's
you're
why I said
Jordan,
in this
you can do whatever the
hypothetical,
fuck you want.
Well,
That's why I said in this
quote
hypothetical,
unquote.
going through the whole
I'm saying
process.
quote unquote legally,
Amari,
right? Anyone can believe what
Amari
they want. Like,
Sorry. That's fucking funny, dude. Amari fucking Stoudemire's son.
Is he a Jew? Stoudemire.
In the
That's so
census,
fucking
anybody
funny.
can say, but anybody could check box white on the census.
It's
any single person.
What I understand about things, as far as like once again, this is so much more sociological. Even though people will try to make it religious, I guess. But I think it's very much so sociological and
Hierarchy.
political.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy to it.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's not our say on the hierarchy. We're not in the position to establish this hierarchy, and some of it's hierarchy by threat and coercion, just like any other hierarchy. Like I have power, I can snap my fingers and have two people behind you stab you to death.
No, but at those levels, that's different though. That's different though.
Right.
You're saying like quote unquote.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a hierarchy.
Right?
My deduction of reasoning leads me to there is a hierarchy in this game. There could be somebody that is 100% Jewish ethnically, 100% believes in the religion, and he does not have the power of this guy that utilizes the religion and may be 100% Jewish or may not be 0% Jewish, but still is in the Jewish, still in the Jewish power structure.
Yeah.
And he could just be at the top because of the hierarchy that he worked his way through and got to somehow. Just like any other hierarchy.
Fair enough, but that's why I look for the archetypal nature of
well, but like,
a
how
gangster.
do I do that? Because like I need some money. Like, and if I could get into that lane, bro, it would probably make life easier, right? For monetarily. So, like, yo,
We'll go sacrifice some kids.
Are you
if you're
Michael
posting this on,
Corleone?
password.
If you're posting this on
Go
YouTube, bro,
sacrifice some children.
just hit me up. Like anybody who has that invite. Like I need money. We just put up a fence.
No, but that's
Here's the
gangster
plan.
shit. That's something different.
You sell some ass. You gonna make some quick money. I'm gonna be your pimp.
Oh shit.
Josh, if you want to
I'm not
find
selling
out
ass
how
for
this
you,
deal
bro.
works, you gotta go on the internet.
Well,
You'll find out.
either
how
sell
it
it for
works.
me or sell it for somebody else. Either way, you're selling ass. You want that
Chip
fucking
only
money or
hits you
not?
because he loves you, right?
I
Nah,
know.
bro,
I
I'm trying
won't
to get in
rob
this
you.
jewelry. I'm locked in already, bro. I'm tapped in. I just gotta go.
And no, you're not. Sorry, buddy. Don't delude yourself. They will never see you as a real Jew.
Can
Yeah, I
somebody
married
tell
out.
Josh
Nah,
when the next world domination meeting is?
bro, I'm married and birthed a child out of the
And you're
religion.
not
I'm out.
inbred.
So,
And you're not inbred. That's for one.
yeah.
They got a word for that.
Yeah, I'm goyim now.
No, not you.
And you have a kid.
What
You don't want
they
to
would
bring them around
call
real Jews.
He's
what they would call what they would call your what they would call your
eating
woman
bacon and shit, bro.
is a bad word.
Yeah, Moloch or something. I don't know.
No, shiksa.
I don't know.
They would call your woman a shiksa.
Oh my god. Let's get back to the video. Either way, Nick is not talking about what you got like normal ass people doing normal ass shit, right? Or their social customs or leaving social customs. I would think that his idea, well, maybe not his idea, but like people that repeat these ideas, I would hope they're thinking something like actual gangsters, like fucking mafia motherfuckers, mafia members, which does have room for like you should look at that. That should not be looked past at all. But if you spread it to maybe where Nick goes, where it's like, oh my god, these guys are so loyal to this thing that they will actually, yada yada yada. They will support this because the culture does, or the team does, or wherever the fuck. Which I think Nick actually goes in that direction. I could be wrong about that, but I swear I've heard that. I swear I've heard him say like, "Oh, they're more likely to follow their thing." But he's also implying that about other groups, right? He's saying, the crime rates to that, or it's like it's cultural. The big booty hoes in your music videos, right? He's like, I'm just saying. Either way,
I think
It's all
Everybody
good.
like big booty
It's all good.
hoes.
The white people are the best at it all. We keep the crime rates low and we conquer the world.
Yeah.
Do it all at the same fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what I think, Jordan?
I'm just a
I think Nick
barbarian
wants
supremacist.
I think he wants a trip to the booty house.
Go to the booty house, huh? By the way, I have a video for Kay to see, but I'll wait tomorrow because I knew this one was going to be a fucking marathon. Also,
put Nick down for 2 hours in the boom boom room.
Either way, like I think certain things as far as narratives go are kind of dumb, but others like why would we pretend that there's no fucking Meyer Lansky existing in the world? Like, come on, that's stupid, right? That's dumb.
Right.
There's definitely fucking gangsters from all different types of walks of life. They exist.
Right.
And to not point them out would be fucking stupid. It'd be very stupid, I think.
Yeah.
And also, just looking at the history of what we know of as Israel, Judah, whatever you want to call it.
Sounds like gangsters to me, right? But
no,
yeah,
they had wars. They fought people to establish their territory.
We know of early day Israel, right? And some of the actions they took, which by the way, would be called fucking terrorism by today's standards, would be called terrorism. Right. Their early days of Israel, why would you ignore that? But when Nick says it, like when Nick does this, I think it fucks it up quite a bit. But go ahead.
Well, King David, the well-known hero of the Old Testament, not only hero, but one of the main fucking heroes.
David Goliath,
won his power by stabbing another king in the back, literally.
Okay,
well,
that
no,
one,
not literally,
that
but
one I
close
don't know.
to literally.
That one I have no idea about. Who do you stab? I know about Goliath, I think, and that's it.
King Saul.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's who he got his power from, and it came down to it was a sneak attack.
Who left? Oh, that sucks.
I don't have audio for people leaving right now. Whatever.
I didn't allow them
Josh
to leave.
left.
Whatever.
Josh left.
Either way, ignoring the possibility of anyone because of a group, that's so stupid, is it not? That's dumb, right, guys? To say oh, this group, no, they would never do that. That's stupid, right? So
anybody could do it. The fact that they're Jewish is immaterial.
I mean, it's a part of the context of maybe where they're coming from, what gang they might serve or not serve, right? That's very important. It really is. But
right,
let me rephrase.
Overly focus in a direction is kind of stupid to me, for sure.
It's secondary. Let me rephrase.
Well, it's pointing out
what's your coat of arms. That's what the distinction is. What's your coat of arms?
But they're doing dirt to get. That's what I'm saying, Dumpster. They're doing dirt to get where the fuck they're at in all these fucking mafia gang shit. They're doing dirt somewhere. Right. They're bootlegging or they're whatever the fuck they're doing, right? And that's worthy of pointing out. But once again, I think Nick as a Dennis the Menace, Chucky doll, dweeby little kid shit will go too far, and thus you miss out on the actual substance of that discussion, I think.
Well, I guess no, my analogy right there, now I think about it a little bit, that does distinguish a lot. Take it back to medieval day. You know what coat of arms means. It's the flag you carried saying I'm entering battle for this I'm entering battle for this country.
For the North.
So, as a warrior on the battlefield, I wear the coat of arms for England, or I wear the coat of arms for Italy, or blah.
Yeah.
Well, Israel also had its coat of arms, but it also had 10,000 people in 100,000 population territory that were the military, and the 90,000 others. I'm not part of the military.
Exactly. Well, you point out. It is very much individual, right? Point out every little crime that motherfuckers have done anywhere. It's pretty simple to me, but we get caught up in these things because we're so far away, which gives points to Ed in regards to that, right? Where it's two celebrity types talking to each other in kind of vagaries. But thankfully, we're here to showcase more of the nuance or the questions about the nuance of things. Either way,
Right.
let's continue.
Well, hold on. What the thing about coat of arms is every country took the coat of arms off for their biggest killers. Their top fucking generals do sneak attacks everywhere at all times today. Everything is guerrilla warfare, so that means everything is assassin as much as you can, and every country's doing that.
So it's not like those movies I saw in like 3rd grade where these fools would line up in front of each other. All right, aim, fire. It's like you fools are right next to each other, shooting fucking hand cannons at each other. Got it.
20 yards away from each other.
Just lined up like, no, I'm not taking those odds, bro. I'm in the bush somewhere. Like
You were considered a pussy if you ducked. You were considered a pussy if you ducked.
Listen. I'm in a bush somewhere. I'm behind a tree. I'm somewhere, bro. I'm on grandma's roof. I'm something. There's no way I'm standing in front of the
think
fucking
about
line.
the like stereotype back then during like line formation would be like, bro, you be at the bar after your side won the war. He's like, you see that dude four seats down? Yeah. I saw him duck twice on the front lines, and then this dude gets all the bitches because he's calling that other dude out.
Well, ironically, they probably viewed the world as a bigger place, both physically and spiritually. So thus, it made more sense to why they were doing what they're doing. But today, I think we've lost the point. But either way, let's continue. Once again, YouTube, this is a marathon. We are at 3 hours and 26 minutes and 25 seconds. Here we go.
Identify as Israeli or
Really?
American, but they also have something
If anyone
in
has to
common. They
leave, please
identify as
leave.
part
Like,
of
do
a
your
common
thing.
nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives.
He's retconning
There
the
is such a
term.
thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations
like
elect
that being brought up.
representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively
mad.
for members of the Jewish nation that
But
exists
not
across the
everyone's-
world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their book.
What was that?
I was raised Catholic. Does that mean I'm part of like big Catholic?
Yes.
No, it means you're gay.
Yes.
Well, you can be
I was raised Marxist.
you could be a New York
Oh yeah,
Knicks
that's right.
fan,
I'm
but,
part of big left.
You could be a New York Knicks fan, but you're not a part of the fucking actual team, bro. You're not. It
You'll
is what
never
it
be
is.
part of the Super Bowl. You'll never be part of the Super Bowl with the New York Knicks.
Well, I said basketball. That's Knicks or basketball. You butthead.
They will never be part of the Super Bowl.
No, the Knicks.
Yeah,
aren't-
'cause they're
Knicks
focused
aren't
on
part of much
basketball,
of
you
anything
fuckface.
now, are they?
How dare you? Either way. Either way.
That
I'm
example,
correct
Jordan,
with my
pick a better
words.
Team.
I'm
Even
correct
I
with
know
my
that this shit's
words.
dead.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
They're across borders.
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections
I'm so
because
sad
they were a
Amy's
witness
not
to
here
Christ's
right now.
passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews.
He's so
I do
aware
think
of
they're
the
remarkable.
media
By
aspect.
definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is,
I understand
there
that.
count on
is
people
a
like
sort
us,
of
though.
natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Hey,
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
It's like, you hear that, and it's like, where's your punchline at for a joke? Right?
He said friends.
Communist Jews. I'm gonna have a stroke.
Well,
this guy is fucking killing me today.
It's not. Once again. Shut the fuck up, Joe. Shut up. I'm not trying to like put Nick down here, but like that, there's no way that was a joke, right? That wasn't a troll, right?
It can't be,
unless it was like a really didn't read the room
unless
joke.
He's trying to do it. Unless he's trying to do it like the fucking Andy Kaufman thing.
Yeah, it's like, what's it like?
This kid's way too young to know who Andy Kaufman was.
Is it postmodernism? Like, it's so real, it's fake thing? Are you doing that?
I don't know.
Can't believe it's not butter.
It's like, well, that didn't sound like a joke, right? Like a troll. So
it really didn't.
Okay.
I think he was fucking serious about that.
Let's hear his answer that Ed cares no fucks about. Here we go.
Civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
Control too.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians.
I fucking hate that shit, by the way. Like, I had friends that are just friends, different backgrounds. But guess what? Ghostbusters, the shit. Duh. The fucking best shit.
Look.
Get fucking wrecked.
As people,
I'm anti-American.
You're a PC master race. Shut up. Anyways, go ahead.
Look as peoples, whites and blacks have never been friends.
That's not true. Wait.
I mean, there's
as groups. What are you saying?
No, as peoples, whites and blacks have never been friends.
That's not true.
But as individuals, some whites own some blacks.
Oh my god. He's
This is
trolling.
one of those
Okay,
times-
moving on. Moving on.
This is one of those times when granularity is your friend.
I gotta look that word up.
There's certain times when the alphabet is your friend, Dubster. Try it. All right,
Granularity, huh? Is that when you got fucking rocks in your food? It's grainy.
Anyways, here we go.
I'm gonna buy you a
Doesn't really
dictionary for
quite add
Christmas,
up.
Dubster. How about
Well,
that?
like I said, as peoples,
Joe,
there has been an
pause.
historical antagonism as
Say that again.
peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
Like actual friends.
The reason that many people think
Was that,
you're
Jordan?
anti-Semitic is that you have.
Because like Nick got very close there to a point that I would usually make. Yes, poor whites and blacks have been set against each other. By who?
By whites.
Yeah, by rich American capitalists.
Jews.
Well, there
I
was
love that you guys have
5,000
categories for all that shit. That's so
There's
fucking
5,000.
funny, dude.
Hold on.
It's always
Hold on.
it's the boogeyman.
There was 5,000 black slave owners in America during slavery.
Okay, Dubster's angling too.
Majority of them were black.
You know, one thing I find in common with all of these different groups.
Jesse heard it. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse.
Is that like no one is a part of one of these groups, like the other, the boogeyman. Can't find a single person
Nobody is with
that
them.
is like yeah, that's me. Like nobody's there.
I want to give Jesse like genius credits, but like that's such a simple observation of thing. It's like right, it's so in your face, right? Like it's just
But I have to say
duh.
that it's a weird time to live because I'm on various Discord servers that talk about insane things that are going on, and apparently I'm on a Discord server where I can have peaceful conversations with people who are unironically fascists and Christian National Socialists. Apparently they like this guy, Nick Fuentes, very much. They praise him every day.
Are they into
and I control
femboys?
them. They don't ban me. They don't silence me. I can be a communist right up in their face. Let's just say I'm an idiot, but that's it.
I chill with communists and Nazis.
Yeah, but you lost. Ever been to Chicago, huh? I've been to Chicago, huh? You don't.
Oh, yeah, where's Ali these days?
Chicago.
Yo, where's Ali?
To address what you said, Jesse.
I wish I knew.
She will show up. What did you say,
To
Chip?
get wrecked by New York and Alaska.
Communists are Nazis.
Yeah, communists and Nazis.
To address what you said, Jesse, you said that these guys are never the group that's the bad guy.
So I'm saying, like, when somebody's speaking about, basically what I would call the other, the group, the bad or the boogeyman, the ones that are
Nephilim,
bad,
that's me.
They're in the other group, right? And no one's ever actually like a part of that other group, because if you talk to them, then they have this other person, or usually it's more of a concept. It's not usually a person. It's an idea of your boogeyman.
Okay.
You almost
I got
have to erase the
So,
other person. But yeah,
Hold on. So
Like even the rich person has like a richer person.
erase them. Yes.
Hold on.
The richest person has a bunch of
I agree with
people
that.
they blame
if you actually
Absolutely agree.
consider your concept right there, the guys that in our minds we establish as the bad guy, and you can like picture somebody and you can label them, this is how they're bad. And for example, you'd say like Netanyahu for this topic of Jewish. You would think, how he addresses
Isn't
stuff
that-
like this.
Isn't
Hold
that
on.
nigga Ukrainian?
Hold on, man. Here's how he would address this. Well, I'm here to defend you from the other baddie. That's why I have to be bad. But I'm not going to say I'm bad. I'm not going to say I'm bad. I'm going to say, I'm not going to say I'm bad in any sense. What I'm going to do is say I'm saying what it is I'm doing something good in defense of you. That's why I'm doing what you consider bad.
I'm not here to rescue anybody. I'm here to conscript everyone for the spiritual war.
A seesaw.
You're all conscripted.
Whatever. A seesaw of like, okay, because of the relative nature of, I guess, the social relativity of good and bad, thus I'm good because of the other team? Is that what you're saying, Dubster? In regards to like an example of Netanyahu.
For the example of Netanyahu, you could go into like what he did to Palestine. In his head, he's probably saying, as I picture it, let's start there, as I picture it, well, I'm fucking wiping out these Palestinians because they're a threat to my country.
I don't believe
Therefore,
that.
it's good. It's good that I'm getting rid of all of them.
I get that point, but I don't believe that, bro, for a fucking second. I think that guy knows he's doing dirt, bro. I think he knows it. I think he knows he's wiping out people, and they mean nothing to him.
That's why he's scrambling to fucking get a pardon.
I think it's counterintuitive.
He knows it, but he also
Somewhere he
some way
is
that's
justifying
what he
that in his head.
do.
He is justifying that in
To
his
sleep
head.
at night. To sleep at night. I think he's like, well, the world means. I think like actually the actual psychological core of it is that nothing means anything. So thus, it's like get yours, and that's it. I think that's actually like where his psyche is. Like he actually buried the idea of a conscience of like, hey, you don't like this?
The good of me.
I don't give a fuck. Right?
It gets very, very easy to justify genocides and other horrible shit like that when you totally dehumanize the other side.
Well, he's actually dehumanizing his own quote unquote population or constituents, right? He's saying like, fuck you guys too, that are complaining about
At most,
this.
he sees them as useful pawns.
Well, you're dehumanizing them, right? You're like, oh, who gives a fuck what you say, right? Go away.
The dehumanizing. That was the other. That other that I'm talking about, the bad guy. That is always dehumanized.
Yeah.
Like they're not ever like a person. Right? It's a concept.
But you might judge like, okay, these guys, as far as the other, quote unquote, the other, are they're not gonna harm me physically or whatever the fuck as the other. These guys might. So thus they're the other. You know, where it's like different.
So when it's Netanyahu, another other is Americans for funding.
Oh well, actually, funny enough, Dubster, I might think that Netanyahu might look at like whoever Biden's administration or Trump's administration, and be like, okay, these guys are not others; they're kind of teammates. As in, this guy will help me out
American
over here.
Population.
Oh,
I mean the American
population.
population.
Yeah, they're whoever.
They're
who gives a fuck?
the other.
Yeah, who gives a fuck about that?
I'm gonna drain their money, as in taxpayers. He's like, yeah, give me money.
It's not just
America.
money, bro. It's the conscience.
No,
they're
dude,
trying
I'm
to
talking
steal
about what Jesse was talking about, as in everybody in their own mind has the other. So Netanyahu's other, for one topic, could be Palestine. For another topic, could be Iran. For another topic, could be the American taxpayer. It's just the other. This is good because I'm doing it. I am always making them the other, so therefore it's okay and it's good because I'm doing it to the other.
No, I think it's more like who gives a fuck about them. I think.
Hey, look at that meme I posted an open discussion.
What's that?
I posted a meme in open discussion. Apparently, this was a comment in the live stream.
Fair enough. But I think.
Shit. I can't breathe either. Damn.
Yeah, George Floyd, 1488. You know what 1488 is.
I'm aware of that. Heil Hitler. I'm aware of that, but I wanted to say like I don't think like it's more so like they're as irrelevant as Israeli citizens are to Netanyahu. Trump is important because he gives them contracts and weapons and money and all this shit. There's like a deal being done there. But for everyone else, they're all equally bad.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
They're just factory workers, dime a dozen.
Exactly. And you play them different ways. You'll say one thing to Israeli citizens versus what you say to U.S. citizens. Like when Netanyahu came to New York, right? And he's giving his speeches and he's saying like, or when he speaks actually speaks English with his interviews with Fox News or whoever the fuck, right? He speaks English. He is selling ideas and narratives to say like, hey, shut the fuck up, go back to work, and don't worry, we'll take care of this. That's actually part of the thing itself.
When he speaks English, he speaks about the Bible as well.
Yeah, and hostages and oh my god, look what they're doing. Look what these guys are doing, the hostages. And they
I
use
meant
it
to bring
as
that
a
up earlier
totem
about
pole.
how Netanyahu invokes the Bible.
The fuck is this? Oh my god. Christ's sakes, dude. I just looked. I can't breathe, bro. From George Floyd. Yo, I can't breathe. That's fucking nuts, bro.
Oh, fuck.
You little fuckers. Welcome to the Albert Road. I'm Jordan, and today... Alright, here we go.
In many ways, they were set against each other
No way I
as
make it to
groups.
2 hours here.
And I think
No
that's
chance.
easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the
fans are so mad
Holocaust,
right now,
and in
but I think
particular
we're
the
better.
number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis.
This is stereotypes.
It's been said that you believe no more than several
Piers,
hundred
stereotypes.
thousand have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to
being
believe. But
serious,
to the
okay.
extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow.
I agree.
Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes
Now, this
1 hour to
is
cook a
a
batch of
troll.
cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take?
Nick's
would it
like,
make $6 million?
yeah, I won. I got this
I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny.
Oh,
It's amusing
my
what you're
God.
doing
This is
because,
funny.
that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the
Do you think?
Holocaust?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, I do because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon?
Oh my god.
Is it too soon to make?
He's
Fuck is this garbage?
he hard memed right there. He hard memed right there. It's like too soon.
Oh.
Oh, too soon. Huh? I'll give Nick credit right there, like comedy wise. that worked there. And Piers is
Tell
leaning
me I
into
can't
the.
fucking joke.
Well, it's like I don't know. Piers has so much more ammo he can actually use, but like if he's doing this mainstream bullshit shit. All right, whatever. Here we go. Let's find out.
He comes from the
Ever be
mainstream.
something that we could joke about.
I know.
Why, too soon?
I mean, I had no idea. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. The blinding light of Piers.
Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think
I
died
can't
in the
think
Holocaust?
anymore.
How many
Piers
Jewish people?
Morgan's fucking talking.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Trolling. Nick's trolling for sure.
Possibly more.
But he's,
Possibly,
but
we're
he's
discovering
like
all the time.
a child
so it
doing
could
this.
maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers?
Something I wish more people would talk about with the Holocaust is all the other groups that were murdered too. Because right now with Jews, the number is believed to be roughly 6 million with some margin for error. But you also have Soviet prisoners of war. A lot of people
I don't
from
think
Germany,
enough
so
Polacks died.
Slavs.
I would have been.
I don't
thrown
think
into
enough
the camps.
Polacks died.
Dubster, go to your room. There's also fucking disabled people, gay people, and plain old political opponents.
Gypsies.
Who
One and
gives
a
a
half
also
million-
murdered.
1.5 million gypsies.
Either way, like Nick will I mean, PR-wise, make a joke out of this and move on, I would think.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, the point that I was making is if you add all those other categories into the mix, the total is... I think the best estimate we have right now is about 13 mil.
Yeah. Well, there's
50 million Germans died.
Yeah, against the Russian troops, mostly.
Listen.
God. You should probably, Jacko, look up Raoul Hilberg. He's probably the guy that's most famous for.
Say that again. Hilberg?
Raoul Hilberg. I'll type it.
Hilberg, you said? Say that again.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Raoul Hilberg.
Raoul Hilberg. Oh, God.
Could you DM me that name? I'm
just so people can look it up. If I forget to
I typed it in the
post
open
it.
discussion chat. I'll DM you too.
Oh, yes, please. Anything
Actually,
that anyone...
yeah, that's better.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say this. Anything that anyone wants like posted in the video so that people can look it up on their own, please send that to me so I can do that. Sometimes I don't hear names correctly or I forget, honestly, in the midst of a fucking 8-hour fucking video.
The wild thing about Raoul Hilberg, I actually know about him because of Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein, he wrote the book The Holocaust Industry, and he was endorsed by Raoul Hilberg, the guy that's most famous for actually writing about the Nazi Holocaust. Endorsed Norman Finkelstein's work on the Holocaust industry.
Fair enough, but I will not appeal to authority ever. It is what it is. All right.
I do that. I do that.
I don't. I will not do that.
No, but I think that depends on what authority is. I think if real authority is real credibility. It's not what somebody says has credibility. The credibility.
That's fair, actually.
I mean that's the real CV that counts.
No, that's actually fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a real authority should be respected. It's not like just because they have
a degree or
that means they're always right. It's not
authority
like that.
needs to be earned, is what you're saying.
That's exactly. So the real.
It can't be I went to Harvard. It has to be like actually like you care or heard enough to care about this person that's saying these things to where they have a sense of authority. That's fair. I'll be honest about that.
It's more their CV than their PhD or whatever they have.
Yes,
that's my point.
I agree. Shout to Penrose and shout to those fools, bro. All right, here we go.
Something like that.
So you
have an authority.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
You would respect me.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
Why is this important?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy. However many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But you know what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries.
In my opinion.
And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal is, and I'm not saying you...
I'm sorry, this guy's such a game player. It's just incredible, actually. People should pay a lot of attention to that shit, bro. Because if you walk up to Nick and say, like, certain words, he might flip out to such a degree to where it almost seems criminal, actually. But... here we go. Let's keep on.
It's Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis, in the trials after the war, confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation
Nick fans
that was
will not be
recovered,
disillusioned
notwithstanding
by
the
this
attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings.
Nick
So we have
Piers
a very
fans are too
clear
stupid
idea
to realize.
of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many
We don't
were
even have
starved
that
to
in
death,
current
were kept
wars.
in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting?
It has to be 6 million or nothing else. Let's move on. Okay, Nick Fuentes. Where are we at?
Norman Finkelstein, he actually said recently that he found the most reliable numbers to be between 5.2 and 5.4 million Jews. So there's a lot of people, but it was a little lower than 6 million.
That's a shitload of people. Man.
I mean, for
It's still a shitload of people.
I hope healthy hearts and minds. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Okay, he killed 100 people. Who cares? That's terrible, right? Or not he, but like the apparatus, right? If it's fucking 20 people, I'd be like, yeah, you guys should not have been there in the first fucking place. But then again, I'm dealing with people using things on relativity and based on other people's actions, which is to me dishonest, I think, and also disheartening and unethical. It should be based on your principles, right? Outright, right? Or no?
If Hitler held trials instead of just mass gathering, we'd have a different world. And if the people he called international jury, and he put them to trial and presented evidence for each individual, and said, "Here's how you did this, and that's a crime," we'd have a whole different world.
The thing is,
Many
people just think that Hitler just wants to kill millions of Jews. That's not reality. The reason so many people were killed probably was that you got to look into the events that happened during the 40s, during World War II.
Okay.
It's not most of the Jews were killed between 43 and 45.
I can't find a scenario where that's okay. I can't find a scenario where that's okay.
Wasn't he like killing people and like you conquer another country and another country, and in order to conquer them,
Well, Jordan, what are
yes, there were many people killed,
Jesse.
but the mass killing. I'm talking about millions of people being killed in a very short.
It could be 100 by God.
Time. That was between 43 and 45.
He's talking about when it just reached an industrial scale.
Yeah, and the reason is very simple. They were about to lose the war against the Soviet Union. There was a Warsaw uprising. You gotta have a quick solution now. You're losing the war. You're desperate. That's why.
So they're idiots. Got it. But that was already my opinion before they did that. Well, you guys are idiots, and
most of the reason that that whole extermination campaign started was because Hitler wanted to fucking take more land, so he could give
us. But like he's an idiot, then, right? He's stupid.
Oh yeah, he is.
But the main reason for the mass killing was because he was losing the war.
So he's a butthead, little poopy pants, little fuckface, and he started killing.
Yep.
Got it. Either way, it's like, yo, get the fuck
when
out of power.
When you're about to lose a war, you get desperate.
If you're that idiot, yeah, I can imagine that. But not for me. Not for me. But for that idiot, yeah, I can believe that for sure.
Stick to your fucking paintings of German Shepherd dogs.
But Eva Braun, her cleavage is amazing. Come to my bunker.
All right, we gotta go to bed. You guys have a good night.
I did.
Good enough.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Either way, there's no way around it. Like, he's either stupid or stupider. There's no way around it, bro. You can't escape it.
He's dumb and dumber.
Hitler,
I don't think Austrian Painter was that stupid.
Hitler or the Austrian painter, they get the same thing. Or followers or whatever. Like, there's no way around it. These guys are dumb people. They're dumb as rocks. They're dumb as fucking rocks.
Nobody ever said
no
fascists had
offense
to
to
be that
rocks, by
smart.
the way. No offense to rocks. But God.
I think you are.
Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Good, tell me about it.
I think you're underestimating there.
Underestimating what? What about them?
I don't think they're stupid.
How are they smart? If they're not stupid, how are they fucking smart?
They were just clever enough to be dangerous.
These are dumb people, bro. Because their events led to the events of 2025, bro. You fucking idiots. You fucking dummies. You fucking dumb fucks. What was their actual goals? What was their actual goals and motives? What was their actual goals and motives?
Well,
if you had to guess,
they most definitely had hubris, overestimated their.
What was their actual goals and motives? Simple question. What do you got?
World conquest. Hitler wanted
Conquer the world. Okay, they failed there.
Yeah.
What else?
Well, it failed.
No. Okay,
Obviously.
it's actually just world domination.
Yeah.
Okay, then they failed in it's like the actual opposite direction. Right, narrative-wise, they failed the opposite of their own idea of things, right?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, fuck.
Hubris,
Isn't that
what I
stupid to
call it.
do?
I agree, it is stupid, but you just make it sound like they were morons.
They are fucking more. That's the thing about that RSFO. That's what I'm saying. That's my idea of things. Like that. These guys are fucking. They're actually idiots. They're actually stupid. Their idea of things, the exact opposite played out. Now, yes, they could say 1 + 1 = 2. Good job for you, buddy. But like in actuality, like what they actually want to happen in reality, right? In physical reality, they achieved the exact opposite. What does that make you? Stupid,
really
dumb, right? You're actually dumb, right?
I agree, it was stupid what they did. Because their hubris got them.
Oh, their
in the end.
hubris. Got it.
Yeah.
What was their actual result? The exact opposite. These guys are bad guys throughout history. They're in Tarantino films getting fucking murdered in mass in Tarantino films. What they did was the exact opposite of what they were claiming to want.
Yeah, but we still have such people that shouldn't be in power. They shouldn't be anywhere near it.
Well, these guys are idiots too. That's the thing. They're just as stupid. But we call them smart though, but they're actually stupid.
Yeah.
They're actually dumb people.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion.
That's why I said what I said, Jordan. They were just clever enough to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Which isn't that hard to do.
I'm gonna call them idiots till the end of time, Joe. It is what it is. It's a pride
I'm not
thing.
saying they were. I'm not
with
saying
it.
they weren't idiots.
Well, by definition, aren't idiots people who have an IQ under 80? I doubt they had that.
My
Yeah.
IQ is fucking 75.
Yeah, but I don't care what their IQ number score.
I doubt that.
I don't care what their fucking number scores are. These guys are fucking idiots. They're actually stupid people.
Okay. It's
they're
actually 76.
mongoloid, actually, honestly. But don't worry about
Insult
that.
Mongols.
I know. I know. But they memorize these words. They're so fucking smart. No, they're fucking not. These are mongoloid dummies. We let them fucking do things out here. It's crazy. These little
Jordan
mongoloids
apologized to
gonna
people
tell
of
us what to
Mongolia
fucking do
right
about.
now.
How do we? Hey man, how do we deal with these roads or this water or this electricity or this internet? How do we deal with that? These mongoloids are the ones that are telling us what to do with those things, and we allow it. We're crazy. They're dumb. We're crazy. I'll just put it that way.
And the reason
They're
we're
dumb.
crazy is because they're so
We're
dumb.
crazy. But don't worry. Let's accept that. Oh my god! But they had a 9.5 GPA at Harvard. Like fucking get the fuck out of here. These people are fucking stupid. They're actually stupid. And someone, it's like, if they had a good friend, a friend would tell them that. But unfortunately, we live on planet Earth in 2025, bro. So thus, they're smart. Right now, they're smart. For me, they're stupid. Fucking Christ.
Why are we so hard on the
Can't
Mongolians?
believe we do this. Can't believe we do this shit. We're incredible. God. We're fucking incredible with this shit. Anyways, let's play. Wait, what was that, Jesse? Middle East what?
I was just saying, why are we so hard on the Mongolians?
The Mongolians? No,
Yeah, Jordan,
Mongoloid.
apologize to Mongolia right now.
I didn't say
They've done
Genghis
nothing
Khan.
to you.
I didn't say the people invading the shitty part of town. I didn't say that either. Okay.
Oh shit.
You better apologize to Mongolians, you Japanese dog.
Also, I actually do agree with Jesse. Not fair. We need a word for these fools. But I don't want to insult the word either. That'd be fucked up. Either way, let's continue.
Well, I thought you already had one. Devil worshipper.
Actually, that's not bad. But I do see people like taking that and like sensing it in a different direction of what I mean. All right, but that's fair.
It's time for a batch of new English words.
Let's call them the Washington Wizards. No, Washington Wizards. Go with that.
Washington Wizards.
Yes.
That was Murray's.
Washington Nationals and Wizards. Let's go with that. As far as the lower, F class, below normal human level shit. Okay, we'll go with that. Either way, let's move on. Here we go.
I'd tell you the Washington Nationals will complain, but they only have like 35 fans.
A 1x.
Never heard of it.
A 1x plus 2 equals 3. Genius. Brilliant. Here we go.
In the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
Gaza, it's against
how many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me.
1 point some billion.
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over a billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Okay. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say,
who am I losing
white people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
You're getting proven right, by the way.
You're seeing it, mass migration. Matt, oh, you're losing to me.
Shut up, Jared.
Are losing as a
WWE.
civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics.
I'm right on all things.
In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
Yo,
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You're talking about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well,
and
no,
we're on to marriage now?
I'm coming to the same part because
White
you seem very
genocide.
resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married.
Quarter
You've talked very
Mexican
scathingly about
genocide.
henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Come
Guys
to the
get to a
north of
certain age and they're
Christianity,
like, you know what?
apparently.
Women suck. Like they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like you're fat,
kinda
you're
gay.
chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking
Here's going
talk
for
too
some
much.
trash
you're a
Yeah,
bitch.
this guy's gay as shit.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen
Preach.
misogyny part of that.
Why
a
I
little
offered
later,
him 2 hours in the boom
I'm just
boom
curious.
I hear Nick angling by saying certain words to appeal to his own audience, but it's like, if you actually sit back and listen to what's being said here, not saying that Piers Morgan is anything credible at all.
Oh yeah, he
But
is no treasure.
yeah. But guess what? Like, don't use sarcasm, man. Be real. Be honest. That's what makes you different. Is that you're honest and real and have integrity, right, Nick? It's not about like up showman doing, I guess. Then here's Morgan. You're supposed to be real. But yeah. All right. Hey, man. If my fans abandon me for saying these statements right here or my opinions, then guess what? Fuck them. Go away. Because I'm real and they're not. Right? That's the idea.
They're gay feds, and I'm from Chicago.
But instead, he's playing like strategy and politics because he's not that. He's no offense to Nick fans. He's not that guy, man. I'm so sorry to say. He's not that guy. He is a content creator, man. It is what it is. Don't worry.
It's all a game.
Let's check it out. It's Joe. I don't think you're too far off the mark in a way, right? Because he could mean well, right? But feel the need to play the game for the sake of, hey, if I need to destroy Piers Morgan to make because my ideas are correct, which is not what the hero does in any form of storytelling ever, like ever. There's no such thing as that thing, right? You have to be real and honest and have integrity. That is the only way around anything. Once again, fuck strategies, but like by accident. The meaning well character or person would do what they think is right no matter what. And thus it looks like strategy, but it's actually like real. Nick, I smell nothing but strategy. Got the, electronic boutique. Just downloading fucking gamewinners.com. Downloading strategies for this shit. It come off as like authentic to me. Personally. But okay.
Shout out to GameFAQs.com back when all the guides just had that fucking ASCII art.
That's right.
I missed that.
Listen, you want to beat up the Ruby machine in Final Fantasy VII? Listen. Go to GameFAQs.com. All right, here we go.
On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work?
This logic.
I mean, aren't you with your rhetoric actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. My wife would be screaming about that. Me, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers. Hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly.
Not only is Nick not that guy, there was a great wall of China.
Where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one.
I'm thinking that Nick Fuentes, wrestling fans, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes had a kid. by accident, and Nick Fuentes popped out. Think of Nick Fuentes with blonde, like platinum hair, like slick back. I'm
Actually,
thinking that's
Cody Rhodes used to have black hair once upon a time.
Listen, watch those.
I don't know how many people remember that, but it was true.
Listen. Let me put you on game, bro. Let me help you out. This guy right here. Damn, can I get a bigger picture? Fuck! Big picture.
With the suit on, not with no shirt on.
Actually, this one right here, right?
If you're trying to go for Nick.
This right here. See that? That guy? Wait, can it closes? This? He is Cody's kid, for sure. Or bigger brother, for sure.
Probably a distant cousin.
The handful. The little mannerisms. It's Cody Rhodes, bro.
Hey, Rock! Go fuck yourself!
I'm the American Nightmare from Chicago.
Hey, Piers! Go fuck yourself!
There we go.
You're actively telling them
you're
the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just
We can
quoting
complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land.
Okay, but see how like what do they view as sarcasm versus like real? Like, you see what I'm saying? He may not believe this, as far as I don't know. Either way, it's like you're not. No offense to Nick fans, and Nick comes up. I guess kind of offense, but whatever. But like, he's not good enough in general. So that's like, why play the games? He's not good enough. Period. I'm sure he's trolling. Oh my god, did you see him like troll Piers Morgan? See that? It's like, so? Okay.
I'm not sure if he knows how to not troll at this point.
Well, to me, it doesn't matter if he's joking or being real. Like, either way, it's like, you're not good enough because you can't. You're not Braveheart, bro. You're not grown man shit. You're a Chucky doll or Cody Rhodes' fucking illegitimate kid. All right, here we go.
But it's going to be.
Do you think this view of women may
meantime.
be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh shit!
You should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Just to clear up one of the many theories about you. I have no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
I am attracted to women.
No, but I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
Keep the soft eyes for that. It's crazy.
I do not. No, absolutely not.
It's ridiculous.
They should stay at home.
He can't help himself.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're in stupid territory. This is when I start agreeing with Ed like directly. I'm like, yeah, this is stupid now. This is absolutely stupid. So I will leave that there. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree, disagree. Tell me what you think in the comment section. Please go ahead. Tell me.
And don't forget to.
No, wait.
Not yet. Okay.
Wait.
Give it a moment, RSFO.
Yes.
Your time will come.
Pause.
I think, therefore, I Marxist.
Anyways, yeah. Please
Get
tell me.
conservative Christians into a towering rage.
Please tell me in the comment section what you agree or disagree with. This turned into, I guess, gossip stuff, which I give zero fucks about. But there it is. Don't worry though. I will link the entire video for you to watch on your own and spool out at your job somewhere in your cubicle or whatever the fuck you're doing. spool out, please. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box if you want to. But please go ahead.
George Floyd too. He tip. He gave you a tip.
What was that?
George Floyd tip.
Yes,
link that.
that's right. To fight fentanyl addiction, please donate to the George Floyd donation. Also, please join the Discord if you feel like. That one I actually mean. Like I was joking for the other ones. Like this one, actually join if you want to do that. And yes, all opinions are welcome. Voice call, text things in Discord. Please join if you want to do that. I actually mean that. It's like, yes, please join up. And just nothing pornographic or grotesque. Otherwise, you're good. Please do that. Link will be in that same description box. Or else. Or do what you want. Or else. And everything I showed you in this video will be linked in that same description box. And most importantly, with all that said, give this video a Danish. Right?
What? Remember to give this video a thumbs down.
Goddamn
or
right.
else.
Goddamn right.